Alrighty, guys, good evening. Happy fucking Thursday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing some more OW2. Yeah, so you guys have that to look forward to or not to look forward to, depending on your preferences. We're going to cover the tubes. Big launch week so far, guys, with the launch of the 7950, 7900X 3D. Good. Yeah. Basically what we've been covering in the podcast so far. And yeah, kind of disappointing. As such, I will be buying a 13900K, I believe, and skipping out on AMD this generation. I currently have a 5900X, and I had a 3900X prior to this, and yeah. Kind of sad, but that's where we're at now, so yeah. Good evening, Slane. Let's take a look at the tubes here, guys, see what's going on tonight. I think there's a couple more videos that are still worth taking a peek at here. Banned in AMD, yeah. Sadly. I do like the idea of AMD, but AMD is not doing what it needs to right now. 7950X 3D is a scam. What the fuck is that about? Yeah. The fact that they did not put Vcache on both modules is just telling in and of itself how they wanted to save money and by skimping and cutting corners. And it'd be different if they could min-max the shit out of programs and give them the maximum frequency compared to the maximum cache. They can't. It's one or the other. It's either or. It's not both. And maybe at some point in the future they'll be able to do that. But they currently do not do that. So, yeah. I do want to take a look at this. Want to take a look at this. Scared for my son. I want to take a look at the memory scaling, even though I'm not going to be buying X3D. I'm not going to wait for 7800 X3D. Take a look at that. New Peter Pan apparently coming out. Mm-hmm. Animation of 2018 ethylene release in fire. Okay. I actually don't really want to see Freethy. Freethy does a really shit job. He's like a snake oil salesman slash tweaker, and sometimes, I mean, he hits on the tweaks that are available in the community. He doesn't test them very well, or really at all. So, like, it's not worth really paying attention to. Simulated videos, don't care. I don't know if I even want to watch it. PC World is not some place I go for most of my tech at all. It's like going to CNET or something. Let's take a look. The sarcasm?
Another day, another Disney live-action remake.
Hook was really good, by the way.
Movie.
I watched Hook quite a few times when I was younger.
Know, nothing says creativity and imagination like retelling the same story over and over again without having to take the risk of coming up with something new and unproven. And when it comes to milking... exploring old properties with strong followings and name recognition that guarantee a good return on investment, Disney truly are the masters of the trades. First you had
I don't remember,
Beauty
I
and
think
the
it was just
Beast,
called Hook.
Then you had Aladdin, then you had The Lion King, then Mulan. Well now, get ready for Peter Pan.
That was Hook.
And Wendy, a reimagining of the classic children's story by Scottish author J.M. Barrie about a young British girl named Wendy who travels to the magical world of Neverland with the swashbuckling hero Peter Pan and his gang of lost boys.
Yeah, Rufio.
Only this time updated for modern audiences. And it's about time too. Sure, the original story might be widely regarded as a literary classic that reshaped the landscape of children's storytelling, sensitively
Hook was
dealing
pretty
with
good.
complex
Hook was
ideas
fucking
like
phenomenal
the
in my opinion.
inevitability of aging
Because
and
it
the
took
loss
Peter
of
Pan
childish
and
innocence,
basically
the power of imagination and belief, and the
kind of
importance
spun it a
of
bit,
ultimately moving
but at
on
the same
and
time
growing
stayed kind
up,
of true
but
to
it's
what it
also
was, right?
deeply
It was more of an
problematic, enforcing
adult Peter
damaging
Pan.
stereotypes and outdated ideas that we just can't allow to exist these days. They must be removed at any cost. And if the recent trailer that got released is anything to go by, I'm confident that today's fine scriptwriters have done a fantastic job of fixing these problems. Like The Lost Boys, for example, which by their nature were sexist and exclusionary. Yeah, the origins of the Lost Boys in the novel were actually a subtle compliment to female intelligence and sensibility.
Because it was a boys' club? Weird, huh?
Since, in the words of Peter Pan himself, the Lost Boys were babies who fell out of their prams, while girls were far too clever to let something like that happen to them. And all of this was tied into the overarching theme of Wendy, a girl, being a mature and steadying influence on the group, ultimately bringing them to the realization that they
Like a
couldn't
mom.
remain as children forever, and that it was time for them to go home and live full and complete lives at last. But of course, that kind of subtle exploration of the different perspectives and outlooks of boys and girls, particularly in a story with a female protagonist, is dangerous and damaging because we need to be constantly reminded that girls can punch and fight and do adventure stuff too. And what's so great about the trailer is that it manages to work this change into the plot in a subtle, elegant and organic way, rather than just trying to shove it in your face with some clumsy piece of cheesy dialogue.
But you're not all boys. So?
Nailed it. But what about Peter Pan himself? Let's take a look at this classic roguish mercurial adventurer for the modern age.
Peter Pan?
Were you expecting someone else?
About Tinkerbell, the fairy who helps and guides Wendy, but also has an
I swear, it's like the writers are making fun of themselves with all they can get away with and shoving it in your face more so than usual just because they know they can. It's like fucking like kids. It's like kids in like high school, just like their shenanigans. This is ridiculous. Holy fucking shit.
unrequited crush on pizza. Now, you might remember her from the 1950s animated movie, or the 1990s movie Hook, or the 2000...
Hook, very good movie. It's basically about like adult kids that still refuse to grow up for the most part.
2003 movie. Well, let's see how she's looking in 2023. Just like I remember. It really silences those critics who claim that modern Disney remakes are just lazy race and gender swaps of established characters in a vain attempt to pander to minorities, often disrespecting the cultural heritage of the source material. Take that, haters. Personally, I expect the objects of Tinkerbell's affections will turn out to be Wendy this time around, but maybe I'm just crazy. Actually, talking about Wendy, you might remember from the original literature...
No way. No way. By the way, as The Last of Us, I still haven't watched it, by the way, as The Last of Us has continued to proceed on, it's kind of funny because in the media, in social media, the only thing, yeah, that was the jab there. You got it, Slain. In the media, the only thing I've really heard about is episode 3 and 7, basically the episodes with gay characters or gay interactions in it. And no one gives a shit about any other episodes in Last of Us, despite it apparently being a really good game. No one cares about any of the other episodes except for the third one of which had no bearing in any way, shape, or form on the story and wasn't even about the main characters, despite almost all media being about episode 3, which is interesting. It's almost like they're using it to make publicity, despite because the work can't stand on its own or something. And now episode 7, because both of them involve gay relationships. By the way, I have no problems with LGBT anything, but it's the fact that only people hyper-focus on the fact that people are LGBT is kind of weird in and of itself. If they were heterosexual, if it's a heterosexual episode, people would have been like, what the fuck, why does this exist? Because it wasn't about the main characters, but because it's not. It's apparently something special, and you're just like, wait, what? Why am I watching a zombie apocalypse horror a horror story in the first place. What's going on here? What am I exactly here for? It's like what happened to The Walking Dead? It just turned into this shit show of social political agenda or just plot points. I guess it wasn't anything less. Yeah. I'm gonna watch it. The whole reason I haven't watched this because I wanted to binge it because I've heard good things about it. I heard good things about the game, but the fact that you're only hearing basically about episode 3 and 7, despite how good the series is kind of weird. Like, why? You know, the series is so good, you should be able to hear about all of it, right? But you're only hearing about this. Oh,
and the
people in control. Media is generally very left-leaning, with the exception being when you talk about news outlets. Fox News, for instance, exists. But when you talk about actual TV shows, most of them are extremely left-leaning compared to being right-leaning. And that's chopping out the central, which might be more neutral, right? Like they don't have political bias in the show because it kind of wrecks the show, right? The ones that do have political bias in them are almost all left-leaning, especially movies and TV series, more so with anything geek-related, such as sci-fi, fantasy, stuff I really like, dystopians, the stuff I really fucking like, animated stuff. Japan has luckily escaped most of this, so most of the anime coming out is still pretty good and not always politically correct, which is phenomenal because politically correct just absolutely ruins shit when people just have to be fucking robots, like hammering out a script just like with check boxes on it. Just, yeah, no. People in the world are not PC. A lot of people are assholes. As this is the way the world. When you have a villain that can neither win against the heroine, usually most of the time, the heroine, the hero female version, when you have villains that exude no presence and they don't do what they're supposed to do well and they're afraid of misgendering someone. You have someone that's trying to commit genocide and they're afraid of misgendering someone. Yeah, there's a little bit of a difference here, like we are kind of worlds apart at this point, and maybe that's something to do with why modern media, not all of it, but a lot of modern media just kind of sucks. And I hit 0 apparently.
The original story might be widely regarded as a literary classic that reshaped the landscape of children's. That they couldn't remain as children from different perspectives and outlooks of boys and girls, particularly in a story with a female protagonist, is dangerous and damaging because we need to be constantly reminded that girls.
Have you seen some? By the way, if you've heard some of the shit about like guys that are like 20 to 25 right now, holy shit! Like they're all sorts of fucked up because they're basically supposed to be emotional and in touch with their feelings and cry about stuff. Holy fuck! And it's not just like being spoiled. Like they do like women worse. Like they're taught to act basically like women because stoic and masculine is toxic. They're taught to basically act like women and do a really really bad job about it because they aren't really chicks. So I mean, regardless of anyone that goes transitions, they aren't chicks and they basically act like chicks only without any of the upsides of being women. Really fucking weird. I had a friend earlier tonight that's talking about she works with she works at a corporation right now where she works with highly qualified individuals, and she had one guy in her group. She said it was just because he was basically in over his head sort of shit, but it very much sounded like he was like when she was talking to him, basically he was on the borderline of crying, and I was like, holy fucking shit, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah, like it's one thing to be in over your head, but guys oftentimes will bury that shit and just man up, right? You can't man up anymore. That's being masculine and dismissive of someone's feelings. You can't tell someone to man up or suck it up because, when the world's on fire, sometimes you can't always take time to cry, as it turns out. But a lot of guys nowadays are taught that they're just supposed to cry or talk about their feelings, or like everyone's supposed to respect their feelings too, and that's not the way the world works. The world doesn't give two shits about you for the most time, unless you basically make the world give shits about you. It doesn't. That's just the way things are, and it's fucking weird because it seems an awful lot like a lot of people are trying to instill like female qualities into younger guys, and in doing so, stripping them of their male qualities, and then they're left with nothing essentially at the end of the day, and they have no ways of coping with problems or anything that happens to them, and they're just all sorts of fucked up now. Fucking weird. Yeah, imagine that, because they aren't actually women, as it turns out. It's fucking weird. But like guys that are like 20, like 18 to 25, or in teens in high school or college or just coming out of college are all sorts of fucked up right now. It's because they have basically no direction. Their role models are told to be toxic, and then they're told to kind of mirror like what women do, only they aren't women and they don't do it very well. And it's weird. And by the way, I have nothing against crying. You can cry all you want. It's just there are appropriate times for crying, and you can't cry all the time, especially as a guy, and because most people will see it as a sign of weakness because people are animals. But putting that aside, yeah, have a good cry. Have a good cry home in your pillow. Have a good cry when you watch a movie that you really liked. But like when push comes to shove and you have to, you have to actually batten down the hatches and get something done, you can't just fucking go cry about it, even if you don't like it. It doesn't work that way because the world doesn't work that way. Yeah, I mean, if you enjoy watching a movie, cry about it, sure. There's nothing wrong with being emotional. You pick and choose when you are emotional. And as I mentioned, this one guy she was dealing with literally it doesn't even sound like he's spoiled. It just sounded like he was taught to be emotional about stuff when he is stressed out. And as such, he's basically worthless in a high stress environment. So, yeah, as a guy. Fucking weird. And fourth wave feminists are basically on top of this. This is their doing. They are telling guys to not be guys, and in doing so, not giving them anything in return. Just they're supposed to act like shitty women is basically what it comes down to.
And do adventure stuff too. And what's so great about the trailer is that it manages to work this change into the plot in a subtle, elegant and organic way, rather than just trying to shove it in your face with some clumsy piece of cheesy dialogue.
But you're not all boys. So?
Nailed it. Right to be Wendy this time around, but maybe I'm just crazy.
Yeah,
actually,
she's probably
talking
gay.
about Wendy, you might remember from the original literature and the anime.
It's almost like everyone's supposed to be gay now.
Kind of
you can be gay if you want to, but like,
boys,
I don't think most people fall into that category.
Manners and discipline that they lacked before, and that even though she got captured and had to be rescued by Peter, she represented something far more powerful even than him. The ability to leave behind the childish ignorance of Neverland and grow up, to make a real life for herself and become something more than she was. And that this ability is ultimately what helps the rest of the Lost Boys to leave Neverland behind and return to the real world with her. But that's not the kind of subtle thinking that we encounter.
Yep. It's almost like she had very parental qualities there, right? Like acting like an adult and a grown-up and knowing what happens in life and how you have to deal with your problems eventually. You can't just run away to Neverland.
Courage in modern writing. Instead, we need to show Wendy as an ass-kicking, sword-fighting girl boss who can take on two of Captain Hook's pirates at the same time and fight almost as well as Peter himself. Because, as we all know,
girls get it done.
Honestly, I think this movie looks like a fantastic addition to the Disney Plus lineup, really honouring the legacy of one of their most iconic films from the classic era of animation, and if the stellar trailer reception is anything to go by, audiences are gonna absolutely love it.
You have to
And
use
I
an
can't
add-on to
wait
see downvotes, by the way.
happen.
And you can.
Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Toys R Us kid, I just never went to Toys R Us, mainly because there wasn't one around when I was younger, but my parents didn't really buy me things like straight up from toys, unless there's like a birthday or Christmas or something like that. Yeah. Wendy in the classic animated film look was so strong, like the part where she walks the plane, keeps her chin up the entire time. As a kid, it really struck with me while now fighting pirates in the same way as Peter is the Lost Boys. Imagine people having different qualities and pros and cons, right? Not everyone's just fucking phenomenal at fighting. Wendy exuded a different type of strength, something that others lacked. She showed that growing up doesn't mean becoming an unsafe, selfish person. She demonstrated the kind heart and compassion that is truly strength in adulthood and is missing so much in the world. Really sad to see that subtle yet profound lesson was lost in modern writers. They've instead gone the route of the girl has to be better than boys, or she's a victim of patriarchy route, which is so tiresome. What happened celebrating diversity and our differences? You can't have differences, everyone's the same. Social media has taught me that with upvotes. No, I don't know. It's kind of sad. I mean, the best case scenario is at this point, like, you can't, it seems like this is so entrenched, like the writers and producers are so entrenched, and maybe CEOs or whatever, someone sold it to them, are so entrenched in trying to make stuff like this that the best you could do is just not watch it and just watch older stuff. I don't want to be my dad. I don't want to be my dad. He's very much right-wing and Fox News sort of shit. But yeah, I'm very much central at this point, and being central apparently is bad. So you can't, you have to go one way or the other direction. And he watches just old shit all the time, and it kind of feels that way. It's just like, there's just gonna be a cutoff date where you just watch older stuff. You just don't watch the new stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, she displays very, very motherly parental qualities in the film, and caring parent at that. And apparently a woman can't be a parent anymore, or a mother. I guess there's a new take on it. Like I said, I think Hook was the best take, to be perfectly honest, but it was a bit different than normal Peter Pan. It's like, what happens if you still don't grow up? Yep. Let's take a look at 7950X3D memory scaling. Guy that runs around the grocery store. You can run around the grocery store.
Welcome back to Harbour Unboxed. Today we're taking
I've never had a problem with
memory
that.
scaling performance with the new Ryzen.
I mean, you're on the back of the cart
7
running around? Good for you.
And after recently doing the same thing with the Ryzen 7 7700X, I found that the standard Zen 4 processors are extremely sensitive to memory bandwidth and latency, seeing on average 17% greater gaming performance using DDR5 6000 CL30 opposed to DDR5 5200 CL40. This is an issue for Zen 4, as Intel's Raptor Lake architecture isn't nearly as memory sensitive. The Core i9 1300K, for example, saw just a 3% performance improvement from 5200 to 6000 DDR5 memory, making Zen 4 around 6 times more memory sensitive in that example.
I do if,
Mind you,
like, I don't
Ryzen
really get much of
sensitivity to
anything.
memory
I'll put it back in, like, I'll usually take out a cart, and if I don't really have much, like a bag, I'll just put it back into the cart corral when I walk out the door.
The best solution to this issue was discovered a year ago when AMD introduced the
Why
Ryzen
not?
7
I don't need it.
5800X3D, increasing the L3 cache
Actually,
capacity.
it's actually
over
more
the standard
inconvenient
model
taking the cart out of the
3
store.
times to 9.
Assuming you return it to the cart corral in the parking lot, it's more inconvenient than putting it into the corral at the door, is taking it out into the parking lot, because then you have to put it into the cart corral, which is further away.
96 megabytes. Now, for our day one 5800X3D review, I found
yeah,
that on
like-
average,
Guys, teenagers and like guys like up to like 25 / in college, high school, younger teenager guys and in college are really fucked up, dude. Like I can only imagine what we're gonna see in like maybe 5 more years, 6 years, when people like they're all these guys are entering the workforce right now, and people have to deal with them, and it is, yeah, I don't know.
going from DDR4 3200 to 3800 only improved
Crazy.
performance by 2%.
Not that
But
all
did you
guys
know
are that way, by the
that
way, but a
in
lot
more
of them are
demanding
now.
games, the margin could be as much as 5%, which admittedly for Zen 3 was still quite a small difference. Now, the reason why the 5800X3D is far less memory sensitive than the 5800X was entirely down to the larger L3 cache, which reduced how often the CPU had to work out of system memory. Of course, this isn't a permanent fix for Zen 3's DRAM latency issue as games continue to become more and more demanding, but it does mean the 3D V-cache model will always have a significant performance advantage, but in future will likely to continue to benefit more and more from faster memory. So the same will also be true of the 7950X3D.
8000
It's
series will
possible
be
memory
interesting
performance will
when
be
that
less
pops out,
relevant
but that's
for
still
this
like a
part
year and a
today
half,
when
2 years
compared
out,
to the
so
750X,
that's
but
why
without question,
I'm not
you'll
going to
still
wait.
want the best memory
I
possible.
think Intel has
as
the
future games
4000
will
series
become more
or
demanding
14,000
than those we
series
see
that's coming out
today.
this spring.
In
Next
any
spring.
case, I want to see if
It was supposed to be at the
and
end of
how
this
memory
year. I looked
scaling
into
differs
it, end of
between
this
Zen
year, but it
4
actually turned in the
and
spring, and
Zen
I'm not
4
going to wait.
3D Vcache in
I'm done.
today's games.
I've had enough
So
waiting
let's
already.
look into that.
The
And
X3D
just
chips
quickly, this
just,
testing was conducted using our new AM5 test system built inside
yeah,
the
the X3D
Corsair
chips just were a
4000
giant
airflow
disappointment to me,
case,
just in both in
using
the
the
amount of time I had to wait for them. AMD
H150i
kept pushing things
LCD
back, and then when they
XT
finally
liquid
released,
cooler,
AMD decided to skimp on the 3D cache for both models,
and 4
for
terabyte
modules on the
NV600
expensive
Pro
chips.
XT SSD.
At the
So
end of
big
the day, I
thank
kind
you
of
to
want more than
Corsair
8
for
cores.
helping us out with all of that
At the end of the day, I
hardware.
kind of want more than 8
And also
cores,
used for testing
and
is the GeForce 4090 at 1080p. And if you'd
the
like to learn more
7800
about why we
X3
test
obviously
at
is
this low
8
resolution,
cores,
I'll
but
provide a
it's
link
the
to a
good
video in
choice.
the description that explains this test method. The Ryzen processors were paired with the Gigabyte X670E Aorus Master and the Core i9 13900K with the MSI MPG Z790 Carbon Wi-Fi.
Worked at the grocery store,
Okay,
and it's the most
let's get
interesting
into
job
the
because every
graphs.
type of person goes to the grocery store.
First
True
up,
story.
we have
A
Watch
lot
Dogs
of
Legion.
people
Here,
watching
the
there, if that's what you're
7950
into.
X3D saw a 10%
Everyone has to
increase
get the
in
groceries,
performance from the
but then also it depends on which grocery store you're working at. Like, pretty much not clothing, but general stores, basically like Walmarts, are now also grocery stores, right? And you can imagine the clientele at a grocery store at a Walmart being completely different than a grocery store at Target, for instance, because Target sells groceries now too. Target, though, I went into Target, and pretty much everyone there exudes like the uppity, snobby attitude you'd expect from a Target. And that being said, there's still normal grocery stores too, like that they just sell groceries, right? And not everyone goes there. Like, I don't even go to a grocery store; I go to Walmart. Despite the fact that grocery stores exist, they tend to be more expensive. So even then, like, there's a differentiation between the people that visit the stores.
base spec
I have 32 gigs of
5200
memory. It's nothing to do with
to
memory.
our 6000 CL30 test memory. And that's still quite a large performance uplift, especially given that the 13900K saw just a 2% increase, though interestingly performance did fall away much more sharply when pairing the Intel CPU with DDR5 4800. However, when compared to the 7700X, the 3D Vcache enabled 7950X did scale much better, as the 7700X saw a 19% performance improvement when upgrading from 5200 to low latency 6000 memory. So this is a clear sign that the larger L3 cache is helping to minimize Zen 4's reliance on memory performance. Previously, we found that Horizon Zero Dawn isn't a very memory-sensitive title, as the 7700X
Stuff like this really
saw
makes me
a
just want to buy a
7%
7950
boost when
X3D.
upgrading from DDR5
But it's
5200 to
basically,
6000.
what,
That was by
$250
far
more
one of the
expensive
smallest
than
performance uplifts we
the
observed.
13900K.
That margin was halved
And
with the
this is not
7950X
always
3D
across
to
the
just
board. Like, these
3%.
performance numbers are not
Again,
across the
providing
board.
more clear evidence that the 3D Vcache part is far less reliant on system memory and much closer to the scaling behavior
It's like
of the
20%
Raptor
better
Lake
performance.
CPU. Now, Shadow of the Tomb Raider is a very CPU demanding title that saw performance slashed on the 7700X.
And I got
DDR5
DDR5
6400
memory, but it's low. It's like 30 CL32.
performance difference for memory to make. Yet the same memory saw the Core i9 performance improve by a mere
It wasn't that much more. It was
3%.
basically the same
That's a
price. If you want to get
startling
6000, it's about the
performance
same
difference
price.
that was somewhat replicated
5200
by
is
the
about
3D
$100 for
Vcache
32
enabled
gigs, whereas
7950X3D, as that saw just a
6000 is
5%
like
improvement
140.
when moving from 5200 to 6000 memory. Here we're witnessing very similar performance trends in the Rift Breaker. Here the 1300K
This looks
was
like
a
he's
percent
GPU
faster
bound.
using the
Rift Breaker has
6000
some
memory,
weird issues, though. I
while the
wouldn't surprise me if it's neither
7700X saw
GPU nor
a massive
CPU bound.
17% improvement. The 7950X 3D, on the other hand, that saw a mere 2% uplift, so basically the same scaling witness with the Intel processor, and that is a massive improvement.
All the benchmarks here
So
are
in this
positive
example,
for
the
7950
7950X
compared to
3D's reliance
1300K.
on memory was heavily reduced. Moving on, we have A Plague Tale Requiem, and this is a new, very CPU demanding game, and it's yet another example where the 7700X really struggled with the higher latency, lower bandwidth memory, seeing an almost 20% uplift when moving from 5200 to 6000. The 1300K, on the other hand, that just saw a mere 3% uplift, and the 7950X 3D, a 6% uplift, which is twice that of the Core i9, but roughly 3 times less than the 7700X. Marvel's Spider-Man Remastered is another new and very CPU demanding game, and in this example, the Ryzen 7 7700X saw a massive 21% performance improvement when moving from DDR5 5200 to 6000. Intel's 13900K, on the other hand, saw just a 4% uplift, again proving that Zen 4 is significantly more memory sensitive. However, the new 7950X 3D, that saw a mere 2% increase, making it less memory sensitive than even Intel's 13900K in this example. Though, like the 1300K, performance did drop off with DDR5 4800.
Would have been great if they had
something we
cache
didn't
in
see
both
as much
modules,
with the
guys. It would have been
7700X.
phenomenal.
Instead, performance appeared to just bottom out much sooner. And last up, we have the Callisto protocol. And here, the 1300K saw a 5% improvement when upgrading from 5200 to 6000 memory, whereas the 7700X saw a much more substantial 14% improvement. Meanwhile, the 7950X 3D reduced that margin to just 7%, half that of the 7700X, and remarkably similar to the 13900K. Now, when comparing the average performance just seen across the 7 games tested, we find that on average, the 13900K saw just a 3% performance improvement when moving from 5200 to 6000 memory, whereas the 7700X saw a far more substantial 17% increase. The 7950X 3D, on the other hand, saw a mere 4% increase when going from 5200 to 6000.
Not sure why he has a
so very
7700X
similar
in here
to
instead
that
of like a
the 1300K. Again,
7950X
this highlights
non-3D.
just how less reliant these 3D Vcache chips are when compared to these standard models. Also, I haven't mentioned this yet, but I'm sure it'll come up in the comments, so I'll address it now. The Zen 4 processors don't typically work above DDR5 6000, so that's why we've only tested up to 6000. All Zen 4 CPUs will work at DDR5 6000, providing the motherboard's BIOS is in order. Some will do 6200, and the best silicon will be able to do 6400, but that is the max speed. And we only like to benchmark conditions that all silicon can support, which is why we max out Raptor Lake at 7200 and Zen 4 at 6000. So, as we found with the Ryzen 7 5800X 3D a year ago now, 3D Vcache CPUs are far less memory sensitive when compared to the standard models. Also, for those of you wondering if scaling is somehow different between the single and dual CCD Zen 4 processors, the answer is no. But to prove that, I went back and ran the 7950X through a number of the games, and here's a look at the Shadow of the Tomb Raider as when compared to the standard 4 at 6000. So, as we found with the Ryzen 7 5800X 3D a year ago now, 3D Vcache CPUs are far less memory sensitive when compared to the standard models. Also, for those of you wondering if scaling is somehow different between the single and dual CCD Zen 4 processors, the answer is no. But to prove that, I went back and ran the 7950X through a number of the games, and here's a look at the Shadow of the Tomb Raider results, one of the more memory sensitive tests included in this video. In short, frame rate performance and memory scaling is virtually identical between the 7950X and 7700X, and we saw this in all of the games we looked at. So the good news is you'll run into less memory-related performance issues with the 7950X 3D when compared to the 7950X or any other Zen 4 part without 3D Vcache. The bad news, if you can call it that, is that none of this really matters, as we don't recommend you pair an expensive AM5 processor with anything other than DDR5 6000 CL30 memory. Ideally, the G-Skill Trident Z5 Neo stuff, as it ensures the best performance for Zen 4 now and in the future. Not only that, but premium DDR5 memory is now very affordable. Basically,
It is. It used to be really expensive. My kit that I bought for my 5900X was $180, and I only paid $150 for my memory, $140 for my memory this time.
The cheapest DDR5 5232GB kit costs $150.
DDR4 3600 with pretty good low latency timings.
G-Skill Flare X X5 DDR5 6000 Cell 36 kit.
Actually,
and
would
then
have
for an
bought.
additional $10, you can get G-Skill's Ripjaws S5 DDR5 6000 Cell 32 kit. And look, the premium stuff we use for testing it does cost $175, but you can get a similar spec kit such as the Team T-Force Delta RGB DDR5 6000 Cell 30 for $155, or the $145 G-Skill Ripjaws S5 DDR5 5600 Cell 28, which can be tuned up and made even faster than the stuff we tested with. But really, when you consider the fact that the premium G-Skill Trident Z5 Neo DDR5 6000 CL30 memory that we use for testing currently costs just $60 more than base spec DDR5 5200, it's a no-brainer. Do yourself a favor and get the good stuff, regardless of whether or not you buy a 3D Vcache processor. As for memory tuning, sadly, I didn't have time to delve into that for this content, but it is something that I'll cover in the near future.
Subtiming
Based on what we've
optimizations
seen here,
are a
you
big
really
deal
only
for
expect
Ryzen.
a very small performance boost of a few frames for these 3D Vcache parts, so it's almost certainly going to be a non-event. And with that,
Subtiming,
up,
tweaking,
and I will be
depending
back
on which
soon,
kit
though,
you
with
have,
some
can be
big
quite a bit of
CPU
performance, by the way.
benchmarks, So make sure you are
But if you have a
subscribed for
good
that.
tuned kit,
Also,
not
if
really.
you'd like to become a Hardware Unboxed community member, we do have Floatplane or Patreon. Links for those in the video description. Either one of those will give you
Will's doing
access to our
something.
exclusive Discord server, monthly live streams with Tim and myself, Q&As, and behind-the-scenes content. So yeah, check that out if you're interested. But if not, that is perfectly fine. And do have a
This is what I was looking at before. Basically, it's like a 5%. In benchmarks here, it's like a 5% difference. I didn't get the KS. KS is not worth it. You're talking 202 compared to 211. See, this is where it actually starts looking good. Simulated 7800 X3 at 215. That's going to depend on the frequency if it's 7800 X32. 10% would be 20 frames, right? 5% faster for an extra $250. This seems different than the benchmarks he just did, by the way. Like the difference here between the 13900K and the 7950X3D, and his benchmarks he just did seems a lot bigger.
able to do 60.
Like here you're looking at what? That's not good. 199, so 200 compared to 13. It's still like 5%, isn't it? But it's about on par. Bigger numbers, bigger bars just makes you double think what you're doing. Okay. Ooh. What time is it? Do we have enough time? It's 1. Kind of don't have enough time. Revisited. We aren't going to look at that. Revisited air reruns. Yeah, 50x3D is scam. It's going to take a while. I do want to take a look at John Oliver a bit. Maybe we'll take a look at the GOAT video real quick here.
Hey there, buds. The question you've all been asking is, was I banned? And the answer is no and yes.
So you were saying there's like a big Tarkov creator that like cheated to find cheaters or something like that? Like cheated for science?
That is not.
By the way, this this guy did basically what a French guy did 3 years ago, and almost verbatim, the GOAT channel here, almost verbatim did exactly what that guy did, but that other guy got DMCA'd and his video got taken down by Battlestate Games, and so it kind of just got lost, and then he basically repeated it almost identically what that guy did in the same format and like what he was doing throughout the video. And as such, basically kind of redid what someone else did, only he gave no credit to the other guy for doing it in the first place. And you can still find posts from the guy online, which was the Tarkov player.
But first, I want to tell you how the video got kicked off and why I think it went so viral. My initial plan was to release the video on Saturday afternoon. But after Linus and Luke were talking about this whole story on the WAN show live Friday night, I decided to publish it around like 9 p.m. on a Friday night, which typically is not a good idea for a YouTube video. And it was a happy accident because without the backing of Luke and Linus, I really think this video could have been copyright striked and shot down really early on in the process, which is what the Tarkov subreddit attempted to do. But it was clear to me and virtually everyone else that everyone wanted to see the video, discuss its implications, and look for solutions. But the Tarkov subreddit went on a ban spree, and the community was not happy about it. And if you're wondering, yes, I personally am still banned from the subreddit. And Luke pulled a really smart move. He linked a video to the WAN show with no reference to my video. And for context, the WAN show was filmed and went live before my video was released. And they locked the thread. And even after the Reddit mods locked the thread, the link to the WAN show maintained a #1 slot for most of the rest of the day. And even though I did have a backup plan, I don't know how successful it would have been without the support from the WAN show, and for that, I am truly grateful. A lot of people don't realize this, but after chat pestered Landmark for several hours, he did in fact watch the video on stream. He had a critical eye, but he did watch it. And a few hours later,
of course he do.
Summit and
no one likes talking about. This is one of the problems with the adolescent kind of gamer is no one likes the idea that people cheat in your games because it makes you feel bad about what you're doing, because it completely undermines everything that you're doing in gaming in general. That like what you're doing, all the effort you put in doesn't matter because someone just does it for free essentially. Someone does the same thing a lot faster, a lot easier, and doesn't have to put in the same effort. It ruins your competitive spirit, which is why I think a lot of people have problems coming to terms with the fact of how easy it is to cheat and how many people cheat. Because why wouldn't they, if they can just fucking lollygag around while people are just sweating their asses off in Overwatch, why wouldn't they do that? Especially when they have a bad day and they can just shit on kids and pretend they're that much better than everyone else. Yeah.
And the momentum started growing rapidly. I can't tell you how incredible it is to see the community come
Guys,
together.
video is very loud, by the way. It's also something, by the way, people do. So they turn up their volume, jack it up so it makes it seem like it's more impactful. Really fucking hate that. I'm running this guy at 40% volume when normally we run at 100% volume. So intentionally jacks up his mic in order to make it sound better.
Issue on this video. This video is not controversial for the vast majority of people in the community. And I'm not going to respond to haters in this video directly. But what I will say is this. I haven't been surprised where people stand on this video. The creators that I look up to and respect in this community have had very reasonable takes. But why did the video do so well? And why did it resonate with so many people in the community? And why was it so
because of timing, due to the fact that people are becoming more and more aware of cheating, that cheating epidemic right now has exploded in Tarkov as well. It was actually trending in the media probably for a month before this guy did this video, by the way. And this guy has basically no other videos that have hit it off, except for this one. And then he got on top with some publicity. I guess not publicity. He got some people to bootstrap off. So he got some people to showcase his work, which he's talking about with Linus. Got some people to showcase his work prior to getting taken down. Like I said, another guy did this, and he had only a couple thousand views on his video. And that was it. Because he got banned right away. He got taken down, or he didn't even get taken down. No one talked about it. He didn't have anyone to bootstrap it. Did almost identical. The production value wasn't as good. The footage was better, in my opinion. Production value wasn't as good as what this guy did. He didn't talk about it. The guy was called Tarkov Player. I don't remember his YouTube channel, but his name is Tarkov Player on Reddit. And you can see, if you look through his history, you can find the older posts that he made and the posts that I made referencing his video, which actually did get a decent number of upvotes prior to his video itself getting DMCA'd.
The video did so well as it was released during a perfect storm to a disenfranchised community. People want to be heard. They don't want major problems to be swept under the rug. Everyone knows the hacking problem is out of control. The Tarkov community
volume is 30% less than yours.
Already. This video was just the final straw. And even though almost all of my critics have interviewed,
I watch my videos. I watch it so I can watch at 50% volume without it being too loud.
None of them
occasionally I'll clip on my microphone, but there's still channels at Twitch where I have to watch at 40% volume where I can watch myself at 50% volume because they jack up their microphone, or Twitch does something on their back. And I still haven't been able to figure it out because if I turn up my volume too much, it'll start clipping. So I'm pretty close to what you can do on stream. And there's some other people that will have louder volume, which has to be something that Twitch is doing.
Actually showed us in a compelling way how bad it was. Chinese man executed for standing in front of tank. I can say it, and I can tell you about it, but there's a reason that this image is one of the most viewed images of all time. And if you think storytelling and imagery isn't powerful and important, you're as delusional as the people who say cheating isn't a problem in Tarkov. You think journalists want to be standing in a war zone? No, but we need to hear the gunshots. We need to see the troops crossing the border with our own eyes. The wiggle is insane. Anyone
He's
who
trying to
watched
turn
that video.
So, by the way, the wiggle thing was something the French guy found out, by the way, and he talked about it extensively in his video. And he's turning into a key piece in his video itself. It's like literally watching someone else just almost like copy someone else's work verbatim, which is kind of disappointing. It's good that people are listening about this and hearing about it because they do. Cheating in video games in general, not Tarkov, and video games in general is an epidemic at this point, and video game developers will go out of their way to And by the way, if you're talking about the volume of him on my stream compared to my voice is louder than my content. My voice is louder than the whatever I'm watching. That's by design. I have it so you can hear me over the content, whatever I'm watching, regardless of whatever it is. So when I'm in the middle of a game, it's at a normal sound level for me, but for you guys, it'll be slightly quieter, which is what I've done by design because I want you to be able to hear me over whatever else is happening because I'm more important than the game.
Knows what I'm talking about. I'm literally getting goosebumps right now talking about this. And lastly, I think this video did well because people realized I was genuine. I'm completely honest with you guys. I accepted the fact that I was likely going to be ostracized.
Some things trend and some don't. It's important to market them, which is what he did.
From streaming and playing this game ever again. Many people advised me to not admit to cheating. And I said, fuck that. I don't think many creators in this space would stand up to BSG in this way, but it wasn't about me.
And the reason for this is because he needed something to make his channel big. And if you look at some of his older videos, he doesn't have any views at all on them. He needed something to make his channel big, so he's willing to take a risk to do it. And I don't think anyone really knows him. Maybe there's someone does know him in the EFT space, like he's a Twitch streamer or something. No. I guess he's just a tube streamer. Yeah, so he didn't have anything going for him, so if he got shot down or even if he got banned, it wouldn't be really a big loss to him compared to like someone like Pestily, whose entire existence is in EFT, doing something like this, because he wouldn't, because it would basically be the death of his channel, where this guy didn't have a channel prior to doing this. So this is a little bit disingenuous in my opinion, where he's trying to act like he had a shitload to lose here. He didn't. And as such, that's why he did it. No. This is part of this is making a name for himself too. Also the same reason he doesn't reference the other guy's video that did this, and I'm sure he knows about it.
And I think creators who saw my video and not the video were the most critical. And we all know who they are now. And if you're a hater and you're watching this, it's okay. I forgive you. It doesn't bother me. But what I do ask is I ask you to help support us in finding the solution. At the very least, stop naysaying this incredible effort. If I could only talk about one thing in this video, it would be the solution, a fix. Tarkov is an amazingly
There isn't a fix. It's an epidemic.
Tarkov gives people the opportunity to
There's no
destroy
fix for
people's
this.
time and experience in such a devastating way. They can feel like a god in a very difficult game.
There's no
They can play
silver
this
bullet
cat
to
and
cheating.
mouse game with other
It's crazy
cheaters
if
in the
you
lobby.
think so.
It's truly a cheater's playground. And the lack of a replay system means in the process, you don't even have to pretend like you're playing legit. I'll tell you
Replay
this,
system
if
would
any
not
one
fix
of you had
everything.
spectated one of those raids, you would hit the ban hammer immediately. And I didn't
As I
even
mentioned,
shoot
I've talked
or kill a
extensively
PhD
about
or
cheating on
another
my
player.
channel, guys,
And I
including
thought about
covering
the
the French guy
implications of
3
this
years
video.
ago when I played
Will the
Tarkov. I don't play
situation with
Tarkov
cheating in
anymore.
Tarkov get worse because of this?
It was a big deal when I
More
covered it.
cheaters
I made
download
posts
cheats,
about
more
it
legit players
on the
stop
Reddit
playing,
forums, or on
increasing
the
the
Reddit, on
percentage
the
of cheaters
forums,
in a lobby.
and
whose
tweeted
fault
about
is
it.
that? And the
But
truth
I'm a
is,
small streamer,
it
so it doesn't
matter.
really matter much.
Because the solution to bringing legit players back into the game and reducing the number of cheaters is the same. A better anti-cheat. And I must admit when I'm wrong. I did several interviews
Just
with
click
some
heads,
anti-cheat
bro. Just
people
click
last
heads.
night,
There's
and
no
I'm putting
silver
way too
bullet to
much weight
cheating.
on a replay system.
You definitely,
A better
the
anti-cheat
industry
is
as a
the
whole,
primary
meaning
solution
all
to solving
developers
this
have to
problem.
get together
Private
and
conversation
start
with
making a
anti-cheat
conference where they can
developer,
talk
a
about this and
competitor to
work on a
Battle.ai,
solution
and he
together.
wishes to remain
This is like,
anonymous for
this is where
obvious
viruses
reasons.
were in the
And I asked him
90s.
why,
Yeah,
when I
this
installed
like where
the
they're running
cheats,
wild,
it
and even the
told me
early O's
I
with
had to
malware and shit.
uninstall Valorant, or else I would be detected by Valorant's system. You heard that right. Vanguard, which is Riot's proprietary anti-cheat system that they use for Valorant, will detect Escape from Tarkov cheats better than Battle.ai. And so if you're going to cheat and Escape from Tarkov, you have to uninstall Valorant. Valorant is detecting cheats for other games better than the other games can detect them.
That's pretty funny, by the way.
So I asked some tough questions, and I want to dispel a few things here. First of all,
That
there's
is
not a
actually pretty
fundamental
funny.
issue with the game engine or the anti-cheat. We don't need to move to some different system to have a proper anti-cheat. It doesn't matter that Tarkov is built on Unity.
Yeah, it
Case in
does.
Point, the cheats that
Yeah,
I
it does.
use, which have been
What?
undetected for over 2 years, can immediately be detected by Riot's Vanguard. And going over my notes here, he also dispelled the myth that more servers
Valorant is based on Source Engine, if I remember right, not on the Unity engine. And Source Engine also has VAC going for it, for the little bit that it does. But lots of exploits and loopholes and just shit that happens in the background that developers can take advantage of depends an awful lot on how good the code is, the base code that it's all based off of. There are game companies, for instance, Fortnite uses the Epic engine, but Dead by Daylight also uses the Epic engine. It uses the Unreal engine, right? Not the Epic engine. It uses the Unreal 4 engine. Both of them use Unreal 4 engine. The anti-cheat in Fortnite is oodles better than it is in Dead by Daylight, despite the both of them using, what is it called? Bluehole, not Bluehole. Easy anti-cheat. Despite both of them using easy anti-cheat, they're worlds apart. So even if the code base, the basic fundamental that they're building the game off of, is the same, like their implementation as a developer is going to change things too. And just because one's Unity and one is Unreal does not mean they're all things are created equal. Like the developer that makes the engine, I believe Unity is free. The developer that makes the engine in the first place is like they have to clean up the code and the exploits that are available in the first place before like you can even get started. Otherwise, the developer like Battle State Games has to do even more work than normal. It's not all created equals. The engines don't matter. That's bullshit. It's 100% bullshit. Where you're starting matters a lot versus where you're going, and definitely they aren't going to probably just go to a new engine because that would entail a shitload of work. And I don't think there's a game like any modern game that is has transition to a new engine, like besides Unreal 4 to Unreal 5 sort of thing. Because I think Fortnite did that. They're on Unreal 5 now. I'm not sure about that though. But they're also Epic, and they're the ones that make the engine in the first place. It's a little bit different if you're going between two engines that are of the same game. But yeah, they are not the same. Yeah, and Unity, I believe, is made by, is it open source too? It's basically what the lowest, there's no fees because it's free, but the problem with something being free is that generally just they only care so much shit, they only give too many shits about it being free, right? This is why, while open source programming and open source community-driven work is phenomenal, at the end of the day, you have Joe that works on his weekend doing something that doesn't want to give two shits about what you want them to give shits about, which is why you buy a product, so you have someone that cares in the background. Who makes Unity Engine? Maybe it's not free. Developed by Unity Technologies, so it's not freeware. There's a free version of the engine. Yeah, like I wouldn't. Who makes Unity is not the same thing as like Epic or Dice. With the Frostbite engine, Dice with the Frostbite engine, Valve with their Source engine, they are not the same thing. You cannot tell me that they're the same thing. It is proprietary software, but yeah, like Unity has always been kind of like the free go fuck around with it engine from everything I've heard about it in the past.
Server-side authority is some ultimate solution. And sure,
could they make it to do it? I mean, that was one of the back when I played PlanetSide 2, I actually said that they should consider transitioning to the Unreal Engine because they have their own proprietary, the Forge Light engine. They have their own proprietary engine, which almost no one at their company can manage properly. And I think it causes them a lot of headaches. It did back when I played it, and I'm sure 10 years later, it's still basically the same 8 years later.
It would be amazing. However, that's a pipe dream. There's no online game that can do that. And he gave me a few examples of other games that have limited the amount of client authority, and it does limit ESP to some extent, but ultimately it's not the end solution. The solution is a proper anti-cheat. If I had to summarize...
I mean, that's part of a proper anti-cheat. I don't think he actually understands what he's saying. He's saying like just click heads and just fix the cheating, bro. Just fix the cheating with the anti-cheat. Well, not actually knowing exactly what he's talking about.
Conversation. There's nothing fundamentally broken with BattleEye or Tarkov that prevents an effective anti-cheat. And this was music to my ears. And we should...
I mean, yeah, but that's also saying that there isn't really anything going for it in the first place. Like saying something's not fundamentally broken doesn't mean it's not the same thing as the Unreal Engine, right? They both can have good anti-cheat, but the difference is the amount of work that you're putting in to achieve the same result, right? Like they're not the same. Just because they're both engines does not mean they're created equal, and because one is fundamentally incapable of being better, that's just that's vaguity, I guess. Is vaguity actually a word? It's just a random thing to say.
Should be happy about this. The problem can be solved. So I asked him what he would do if he
had
had
vaguity
to
is the
DSG
thing.
and could
It's
do
a word.
something now. And he said,
Ambiguity.
for starters, implement these changes: secure boot, TPM, HVCI, which is core isolation option in Microsoft Defenders, and this pre-boot IO.
Dark Star music.
Video just started randomly playing. Good. Bye. So this is what's happening with Windows, and it's one of the features that was touted for Windows 11 was that it could make anti-cheat better, which Microsoft never capitalized and hasn't really done anything with since it was installed in the first place. I don't know what TPM 2.0 means. You can actually buy TPM modules. I guess TPM 2.0 isn't a TPM module. Or isolation. IOMM virtualization. I don't know why they'd want you to have virtualization on to make it better. Maybe he'll talk about some of this.
Almu. This is probably all technical gibber to most of you, including myself. But if you look into this, these are security features that Windows has implemented over the years. The cheaters bypass these security features, and the anti-cheat that Tarkov uses right now is not requiring them to be on. Here are some threads where hackers are basically getting owned by these Microsoft features. This hacker's complaining about how Microsoft's ruining all the fun by implementing all these security features that BattlEye is not taking advantage of right now. According to this source, simply implementing most of these features will eliminate probably 80% of all of the Tarkov cheats that exist.
You turn them off on the
system. And for those of you worried about a Russian company
so the problem with TPM modules, almost no one has a TPM module. I mean, all the newer computers basically have a firmware or discrete TPM module, but they said even a very TPM 2.0. I don't know how new TPM 2.0 is, but that's definitely something most people don't have. Older computers are not going to have it, and it basically, I believe, requires you to reinstall Windows, or you can only go to it once, and then if you change your hardware, it basically bricks your computer. Like, you can't, I think you're supposed to somehow be able to disable it. It's one of the really weird things. It basically installs essentially a signature into your computer, and if it's a different computer, it doesn't work right. I think it just bricks your hard drive. Like, you can't move it. Not the same thing as it being encrypted. Just a place where programs can store their encryption keys.
having access to your computer. I get it. But do realize
but I don't know.
BattlEye, the company that makes the
Fortnite, for instance, is 64 players,
so
but I think at one point they had 128, 64 versus 64.
This guy to come
versus
on
32 versus 32.
and have a great
64
conversation.
versus
I think you guys
64.
will like that. Let me know in the
And it was pretty poopy.
And I was going to do a whole segment here talking about stats, and I was going to show you a spreadsheet and explain all the history behind everything.
Was it too much work?
But essentially, it comes down to trust.
It was
me,
too
bro.
much work.
Okay, I'm not an academic institution. I don't have peer review.
It was
I don't
too
have an
much
academic
work.
journal
By the way, that's
backing
what he
me
just
up
said.
and
It was too much work for you to feel like
investigating,
doing
my
it.
whole process. You know, I could post all the raids, but how do you know they're all the raids? I could show you stats, but how do you know they're the real
Yeah,
stats?
you could.
So
So
essentially,
he came up with an argument, clever argument to just basically not show data at all, which I don't really agree with, but here we are, guys. So yeah, then there's that. Well, I could actually show you that this was more than 5 rounds, but I'm not going to do that. Oh, jeez. It could be you didn't keep stats either. Yeah, that's some weasel wording right there, guys.
it comes down to trust me, bro. Luke suggested this, and I thought about uploading all of the raids. And the problem with that is, in the vast majority of raids, I can't with absolute certainty nail somebody down and call them a cheater. And I think inevitably what you're going to have is a witch hunt. As someone who got falsely banned during the motherboard serial number fiasco in 1212 years ago, I would hate for someone to get banned unjustly because people went after them. There were also many raids where I felt very confident.
I don't know
that
if witch
someone was
hunting is
cheating or
even
doing
really like
something
that big
bad,
of a deal.
and I don't want that footage out. For
Like, if you're
example,
streaming, then
this
it
guy
kinda
with a
is,
very
but-
high KD, a very high KD, and a high level. Ran to the
Maybe-
middle of the map.
maybe it is. I don't
with a
know.
Knife out and died to a
This is
scout.
one of the
And I
one of the
walked-
problems with game companies could fix this, by the way, by making it so if you look at replays or something, you wouldn't be able to see their name. Obviously, you can't because it's actual footage, but you could make it so you can hide people's names and obfuscate them, and then have it obfuscated. Oh, that's good. That's a good image there. Obfuscate him when he's actually making the footage in the first place, or when you make you post a replay code to the forums, for instance, it could obfuscate the names. A replay code to the Overwatch forums, for instance, you could obfuscate the names and as such hide them.
Watched this happen, and I went over and I was like, what is going on here? And it turns out he was most likely probably using a bot to lower his KD, and I saw this several times. I don't feel comfortable posting those clips because while I do think it's cheating, it's just not 100% proof. You could come up with a lot of excuses and explain
Okay.
away a lot of these situations. I felt very confident about every clip I showed in the video, and my biggest regret is while I did have a bunch of people that I know shadow me during the process, I wish I'd involved other streamers and other content creators to just watch me do it live so they can experience what I was seeing and vouch for me.
I wish I could stream cheating live too, and I talked about that over the years, and I swear we talked about this very issue when I was discussing his video, what, a week ago? Yeah. And by the way, I don't know what program it is, but I'm pretty sure there is a YouTube program that will let you know whenever anyone puts your content into someone else's content. Whether it's a DMCA thing or something, I don't know. But it's like whenever anyone watches your content and then puts it in their content, it'll notify you because it feels this way. It definitely seemingly feels this way. This guy didn't mention this in any way, shape, or form in his original video, by the way.
But it's too late now. And exactly how many cheaters there are, this comes down to an opinion. I'm not God. I'm not omniscient. I don't get this like UI pop-up that tells
Also,
me,
I
hey, there's a
dislike
cheater
his
in the raid.
ASMR thing
You have
going
to
on here.
ultimately trust my
When you're
instincts.
trying to
And
listen to
what's
someone
really funny is no one's
and
really
listen
arguing
to
with
their
my figure.
their
I don't
overall
think anyone
objective
thinks my figure
tone and
is
words,
out
I
of
don't
this
want to
world
have
crazy. In
with
fact, I'm getting
going
a lot
into
of
my
flack
ears.
where people are saying, no,
But
it's way
that's
higher,
just me.
dude. Like, that's way too conservative. What I'd ask you is, do my results coincide with your experience? And for the vast majority of people who watched the video, it did. You're not getting range tacked on all the time. You're running into people that are finding you in weird situations, and your game sense is just telling you that this is odd. And if you play Tarkov a lot, you don't just...
I like to say that I'm pretty sure for every one really talented over the years, for every one really talented gamer, there's probably 100 or maybe 1,000 people that cheat. That seems absurd because it is, but there's a lot of normal people in life, and there's only a handful of people that are extremely good at video games. There's a lot of people that are just normal players, and they aren't as good as God-tier gamers. And maybe they could get as good as God-tier gamers, but they don't care enough to do it, or maybe they don't want to. But I'd say there's definitely, for every really, really good player there, and for that's going to change, obviously, depending on what MMR people are at, right? There's only going to be one good player for maybe every 100 or 1,000 cheaters. It's very, very easy to cheat. The bar is very low. There's a lot of people that get really angry at games. I think that's pretty universal. when you get stressed and things don't go the way that you want. And I think there's a lot of people, especially nowadays, that look for easy solutions to this. And cheating is one of them. And it's very easy to do. There's almost no recourse. It tends to be extremely safe. So why wouldn't they do it? Because someone online told them not to. There's basically no recourse for doing so. Your identity is not. He didn't, by the way, talk about any of the stuff that they actually need to start tackling when it comes to cheating, like having an actual identity for a gamer, like tied to your driver's license or your social security number, so you can't just go making random fucking shit up. Yeah, so when you get banned from a game, you're just gone. Yeah, they don't do that. It is, hey, bro. Hey, look, I just got a new account. Hey, look, we found this program that can get around hardware bans, because hardware bans are a thing, but there's spoofers, and there's ways of getting around it in the first place. Yeah. Hardware bans are only a thing up to the point at which they work, and after you start spoofing stuff, which they figure out how to do, and they can for Overwatch, for instance, then it's kind of pointless. But if it's tied to your actual real-life person, as it should be, people might actually start caring about what they're doing and what they're playing and putting on their computer, right? Like, they don't want to get banned or have a certain amount of time in which they're going to get banned. So it might not be a permanent ban, because permanent bans are a thing because it's so easy to re-cheat. Permanent bans are a thing because they can just remake their account, right? But then you'd have things like, just like with your driver's license, where you do something wrong, you only lose it for so often unless you do something really wrong, right? You lose points off your license, eventually it comes back and you can drive again. It's the same thing. But because there's no way of nailing down identity to the actual player, there's no forgiveness, because there doesn't need to be forgiveness, because they can just go make a new account. You can buy a verified Overwatch account for $3. You can get one with GM history for $20 to $40, depending on what kind of GM history you want. And obviously, like, top 500 accounts are also for sale, and they're available every day on the marketplace, which I'm not going to tell you. But it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty straightforward shit, and pretending that this is working, and people flipped out, by the way. People fucking flipped out about having to use a phone number, a verified phone number, and then you have fucking, was it Defon or whatever his name is, who is Defon, the Overwatch streamer, he has an alternate account, because you can actually just you can buy phone numbers, you can buy virtual numbers that just work. Another website that I know of that I'm not going to tell you guys, but you can just literally just buy phone numbers and use them for a couple bucks, and that's all it takes. And then use to verify your account and get access to it, and that's it. Yeah. And then all of a sudden you have Smurfs, because you don't need to actually have a real phone. It's not a real person. Phone verification is dumb. There are a lot of services in real life that will verify a person and who they are. And you don't necessarily need to give your information to Epic or to BSG or to BHVR or to DICE. Rather, there's third-party services that already verify information to make sure someone's a real person before they give you a credit card or before they give you a bank account. Because that's a real thing that happens in real life, in real industry. And the gaming industry, which he's talking about none of this, by the way, the gaming industry basically just needs to grow up, and they aren't doing so. Like, one of the basic things is tying a person's online identity to who they are in real life. And then when they get banned, they're just gone. And I don't think they should be gone from all games, but if you're banned in one, then you're gone until they let you back in. Like, you have mounting bans when you get caught or something like that, right? Instead, you don't have that, and you have people that just go buy a $3 account, because $3 monthly, if you get banned once per month, is jack shit, because people pay hundreds of dollars for healthcare, for rent, utilities per month. $3 is nothing. Gaming is incredibly cheap, and people need to start figuring this out. Even if you paid $60 a month, that's not that much. That's probably what you pay for internet each month. It's not that much money. You still pay a shitload more in health insurance, or in utilities, or in rent, groceries. You pay a lot of money per month. Grown adults can manage to pay $60 per month every time they get banned, and it doesn't matter. That's why the whole idea that if a game's free, it makes it worse for cheating, I don't agree with that at all. I think that's only works against people that are teenagers, and even now, there's a lot of people that literally are given money by their parents. So even then, $60 a month for a teenager might still be manageable, whereas for a grown adult, that's definitely manageable. Yeah. And the gaming industry, as I mentioned, doesn't want to do that. Blizzard doesn't want to talk to DICE, doesn't want to talk to EA, doesn't want to talk to Activision, doesn't want to talk to BHVR, doesn't want to talk to Epic, doesn't want to talk to whoever makes Rainbow Six. It's not Ubisoft. Ubisoft has a company that makes it. Doesn't want to talk to Rainbow Six. They don't want to talk to each other and get things done. They rather just sweep it under the rug and pretend it doesn't exist in the first place. Because you can't sell the anti-cheat DLC.
I will tell you this, the number I gave is a conservative estimate, and I do believe that most people believe it to be accurate. And at the end of the day, I think if I had just said in the video that it's worse than I thought and it's really bad, I think the reaction to the video would have been the exact same. The point of the video is this is a fucking problem, and I want to get everyone's attention on it, and getting into like the details about the exact number of raids and whether they're night and day, you're just missing the point. My estimate mirrors just about everyone's experience playing this game. And I keep getting emails and messages from cheat developers. No, I will not be doing interviews with you guys. Stop emailing me. If you are a cheater, get the fuck out of my Discord. I don't know why.
He should. He really should. I'm gonna leave a comment on here because this isn't content. This is he should do this because it raises awareness. They're doing it because they want publicity because it helps sell their cheats. But at the same time, this would actually. Holy fuck, dude. Oh, geez. Like the Vice article we talked about with that one cheat developer that had 600,000 active cheaters, Chicken Drumstick, for PUBG Mobile, made $70 million. Gamers need to hear this shit. And you made a video knowing full well that it would create a lot of publicity and a lot of controversy. And then all of a sudden you're like, nah, I'm not doing this anymore. I don't want to make things... What the fuck, dude? Holy fuck.
Why people think they want to come into my Discord if they're a cheater. I don't want to talk to you. I don't need any more information from you. And I pinned Pesley's comment for a reason. I do worry about copycats, and I loved hearing.
I hope there's copycats.
Well.
I think the video.
Fuck, this guy is a copycat. This guy literally did what the French guy did, verbatim. He is a copycat. You fucking piece of shit. Now this is a little bit. This is rubbing you the wrong way. This is being incredibly disingenuous.
I don't want anybody else to do this. People make
Fuck
this kind
off.
of video once every couple years.
And by the way, there's a couple big streamers that I do think cheat in the Overwatch category, for instance. I haven't seen Lupo in years, so I'm not sure about that. But there are definitely some in the Overwatch category that are for sure cheating. And people like that are going to be incredibly... they're going to have incredible amounts of subterfuge and pretend that something's not a problem and they don't want to make it a bigger problem. This is the same shit. This is exactly what's been happening for years, and this is not the right way. This is not where we want to go. We don't want to pretend things don't exist again.
In the comments section, it's actually the pinned comment in there. This is probably the last time this needs to be done for a while.
No, it's not. No, this has to happen all the time.
Look at how bad cheating is video by cheating themselves is merely doing it for the additional views that come off of it.
And besides, guys, you can't repeat this. Everyone's freaking wiggling in every raid now. And for the status of my accounts, my main account is in fact...
They can wiggle all they want, but if they aren't looking at you, they aren't going to be wiggling. And by the way, this is going to change because, once again, this French guy did this 3 years ago, and it became a thing. And then it disappeared again, and then this guy did it all over again. He copycatted it all over again. So, yeah.
Not banned. Not banned. The account that I cheated on, yes. It was banned overnight. We woke up in the morning and the account that I cheated on was banned. And this was a decision that BSG intentionally made, and I actually applaud them for this. It would have been very easy for them to ban my main account. I use the same credit card. I stream on it. I don't hide it. I don't hide raid IDs. I don't hide my name. They intentionally made the decision to...
They did that because they know that would be a huge publicity problem if they did. So, yeah, they didn't ban him because he would turn it into a video and it would make things worse. It's not because they were being good citizens. It's because they understood that would make the problem worse. They were managing PR. It has nothing to do with being good people.
To not ban my main account or not hardware ban me. And I don't fault them for banning the cheat account. I mean, I literally...
If you do things right, you aren't going to get hardware banned.
On it. My biggest regret is, why did I use an EOD account? Like, what the fuck was I thinking? I made a decision to not blur my raid IDs. I made a decision to not blur any of the names in the video for transparency.
Because that would take too much work, actually. In order to have a moving mosaic over the top of everyone's name throughout the entire raid would actually take a lot of work. He didn't do that because he was being nice or transparent. He did that because he's being lazy.
And I knew that that was basically a death sentence to that Tarkov account. And I think BSG would get a lot of flack for not banning that account. But they aren't going after me. So, cool. However, the BSG response from Nikita himself with the copy pasta on Reddit was lackluster. And a lot of people have covered this. It's the same old, same old. And in closing, I just want to speak to Nikita directly. The The copy pasta that you posted, it's just kind of bullshit, man. I mean, just be honest with us. Speak to us directly. Tell us what's going on. You know, all these content creators that you've gotten cozy with streamer items and Twitch drops and Sherpa programs and special advertisements on the launcher, it's all gone now, man. I mean, the curtain's been unveiled. Be honest with us. Tell us what's going on. Let's get this problem solved, and we'll have your back. This is Go, and I'll see you in the next video.
Ah. Holy. See if my comment gets deleted here. I'm actually kind of curious if he's going to prune this. In fact, the battle lines were drawn immediately between community and content creators with no conflict of interest versus streamers and Reddit mods. Tell everyone what they need to know. What does it tell you? Cheating's bad? Community and content creators with no conflict of interest versus streamers and Reddit mods. Streamers and Reddit mods have in common. Completely makes sense. This is probably just a big streamer, which is why you got a bunch of upvotes. That doesn't make sense at all. Yeah, this is fucking weird. He like backpedaled. That's pretty absurd. Like he got one video that hit it off, guys, and he just backpedaled all over that shit. As someone who left a call and lost all my friends and family except 2 brothers and hope to be talked to others eventually someday, I feel I knew I was going to be ostracized by the entire community hit hard, except he's not really a big part of the community. He's not Pestily. He's just a rando guy that got a video that blew up. Yeah. Let's move along here, guys. We'll check back tomorrow and see if my comments pruned. We'll check back actually a couple times to see if my comments pruned. Let's move on here. Let's get out of the tubes. Let's do some Reddits here. Let's do some Redditing. I'm sure we still have some stuff here from the other day where I made a post on a video. Nine, yep. I'm not seeing reviews from AL launch on W10. I've seen this in reviews from the AL launch on W10. eCores can't run AVX 512. There's no old programs with AVX 512. That's a new standard. Dozens of newer games. This is a AMD apologizer right here. This is a guy that's not an AMD apologizer, it's a fanboy. Fanboys are very difficult to have a meaningful discussion with because they just basically go dick first into whatever they're talking about. The eCores can't run AVX 512, so they disabled AVX 512 instead of finding a way for threads running on the eCores to not crash. Yeah? Sorry, an AMD fanboy. I'm a fanboy generally for underdogs, and I tend to give a bias to anything that is fighting against the grain, more or less. But I also am realistic and objective in what I discuss, and I'm not unwilling to fault something just because I favor them. In the case of AMD, got -9 for this downvote, guys, where I pointed out the problems with this video, as I expected, and I told you guys yesterday it was going to happen. Tech power up. Let's take a look at this. This is a little bit different because you can't bury comments here, so. Quote thing. See how well it handles a refresh. By the way, that's going to be our last comment to that guy on Reddit, simply because stuff gets buried after a day, and there's no reason to, especially at -9, there's no reason to reply to it, because the only one that's going to reply to that is basically the same guy that is having an argument with me. Which is one of the downsides of Reddit in general. Even mean that doesn't even mean anything. They're just jerking each other off now. Guy even saying? He's saying that's my point and then just disagreeing with me. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Scientifically? Guy a mod? Am I gonna get banned by basically just yelling at him? Oh, it's just a fuckboy that lives on the forums. This guy keeps trying to naysay the fact that I think that they should look more in depth at the thread schedule. It makes me wonder if this is just like an AMD plant. This is fucking weird. Like, everyone in the tech reviewer sphere should be pro, hey, if something's broken, let's try to figure out if it's broken and try to fix it, right? That's that's what tech reviewers do, is literally just see how good something performs, whether or not it performs well, and then try to find whether or not, like, notify people and make people aware of it so it gets fixed. Like, just pretending that there's no problem because you don't think there's a problem has nothing to do with finding a solution or what is supposed to be done in the first place. This guy's really fucking weird. I don't know. Like I said, this might just be another fanboy here. Dexter level, what would you call that? Methodicalness? Meth? Methodical. We're just gonna close it. I don't think the guy actually reads it, or he's not gonna respond. Talking about. $56K. Homeopathy? Homeopathy is an alternative medicine based on the theory of treating like with like. Homeopathy claims to stimulate healing responses to diseases by administering substances that mimic symptoms of those diseases in healthy people. Okay, that's not what I was thinking of. I guarantee you, by the way, this guy literally lives on the forums. Where is he? This guy literally lives on the forums, which makes it difficult, because who I'm actually trying to talk to is not this guy. I'm trying to engage this guy here. Doesn't respond. I'm sure he's watching and choosing how he looks at stuff. This is probably going to be my last post here, which he's obviously going to reply to, but I think I get the majority of what I needed to across. And it's just beating a dead horse if no one else is responding to it, so I'm not going to. Just like you occasionally will find people on Reddit that instantaneously respond to you either because they have like email notifications turned on or RSS feed or some weird shit, which would be like psychopathic behavior, but also not worth responding to. Usually why I'll limit my responses usually like 1 day or sometimes 2 per day when I respond to threads or Reddit, depending on what it is, because generally if you over respond to something, all it will is drive things into the ground and you'll lose visibility of the actual issue. And that's a problem too, where people can't see what you're actually talking about, instead just see two people arguing. And that's what some people try to do. They just try to grind it into the ground to the point at which it doesn't seem any different than just trolls arguing with each other. And then everyone loses sight of what you're originally talking about. That's why I always tend to go full circle. We'll bring it back to the original point. When people try to keep separating yourself further from the point, I'll go back to the original point, especially when they don't address it. DPS that supports mains? I do that. Oh my god, upvotes. Kiriko gets a terrible tornado skin for the One Punch Man collab. Okay. Current diff culture is one of the most toxic ones Overwatch has ever had to endure. Yeah, I should go to the GG Easy. Unrelated, but I don't think it's most toxic. Same people that go diff are the same people that said GG Easy like 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Literally, you just look at stats and compare the two and go, oh, one DPS is higher than other. Must be a diff. Same character, diff. Okay. AMD Ritz. 100x3 is a monster in Tarkov. So 900 XCX gets you 50 more FPS than the 1300K. So X3D is now the solution for unoptimized games. Someone that's mincing words. Man, like, buying a 13900K, guys, just makes you kind of want to do this, but at the same time, I realize there's a lot of problems with the 7900, 7950 X3D. It's not, 7900 X3D is not really an option. You have to buy the 7950 X3D. And at that point, maybe 7800 X3D is where you want to be. Okay, I gotta take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. 1 second. Ah. Like, there's a lot of anecdotes, like, no one tested Tarkov, right? Like, multiplayer games. Where there's now someone saying this, but doesn't really have anything to back it up. Me Too is all saying nostalgia vibes of a deal they got at one point in the past. Lose productivity? No, you won't lose a lot of productivity. We don't need more than 640k of memory, guys. Oh, there's that again. You don't buy a 16-core chip because you want 8 cores. Sole justification for any X3D processor is their performance per watt? No, it's their gaming performance. Sole justification. Yeah, okay. I guess that guy only cares about power efficiency, so the sole justification for him is different than everyone else. That's an old thread too. That's a day ago. That's about to fall off. There's almost no point in commenting on that. 700 XT drops to $800. That's pretty good. The core parking feature is 3D Vcache performance optimization driver available for all dual CCD Ryzens. There's a guy that is just saying, essentially saying Windows is shit, use Linux instead. Don't do this on Windows because you'll hurt yourself. Do this on Linux instead by hurting yourself by reading a bunch of code. Okay. And there's still people like that that exist. Yeah. Unreal. Okay. DVD Reddit's almost done here, guys. Movie. Okay. Yay, movie. World of Warcraft movie. Woo! World of Warcraft movie. Woo! Or something. Okay. Let's move along, guys. On to Overwatch. Let's see. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's see what kind of games we get here tonight, guys. I have some like network hiccups going on right now. I think it's because they're doing work. If it affects my gameplay.
Strike from above. Positioning underway. Double
Ready. See how it goes, guys. Mer.
Strike from above.
Alrighty. Let's see how many cheaters we get tonight, guys. Shot didn't go off just now.
Good leadership makes all the difference. Positioning. Up and away. Excellent teamwork. Over here. Sorry, man. Over here. I see an enemy. Thanks for the upgrade.
That sucks. That meet you, Farah? Yes, it is. That Kiriko bonged right when my Q came up, guys.
Repositioning.
Also could have been in response to my missiles.
Enemy over here.
Okay. Do we have ourselves a cheating Baptiste? Maybe not. We'll see.
Returning to battle.
All it takes is one creaming, guys, and then they're all over your dick.
You better stay out of range.
God. And then we got Junkrat tired. We got Anaki'd right when I was out of jet fuel, and my cooldowns were down.
Okay, my head's
Good.
in the game.
Horrible timing.
En route. Taking to the air. Justice rains from above. They outnumber us. Keep it tight. All systems nominal. Repositioning.
Good.
Increasing altitude. Always more to learn. En route.
Uh-huh.
Up and away.
No idea where the fuck you went. This shit warm-up game, guys. This is where we're at. Literally have like 5 people trying to kill me all at once. Good. 4 people. So we got a Farrah hounding my dick, a Junkrat hounding my dick, as well as the Baptiste, which is the one that's actually doing the majority of the work. There we go. Also might have an aimbot on the Farrah. We'll see though.
Positioning.
That sucks. Like I said, you run over him once, guys. Holy shit. It literally took 5 million rounds, guys. My time to fire delay tonight seems higher than normal, but as I mentioned, we're having some network issues even before I start streaming. We'll see. Shit warm-up round, guys. Good.
Score 0-1.
I've done things I'm not proud of. Time to start making up for it. Let's get this mission started.
By the way.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture.
Aerial positioning underway.
I mean, some characters can be OP and then they'll nerf them. Saying you shouldn't complain about characters because they'll nerf them is bullshit. That's circular. Oh no, you got me. Ha ha ha. Bye. Not sure why they'd switch, but here we are. It's kind of fucking weird sometimes when people swap off characters when they're doing well. That headshot?
Let's show him some air power. Positioning.
Bye! I'll have to wait for the tank.
Establishing aerial position.
We don't need to die now, hog.
I
Oh.
Get in there. Come taste my power. Let the kitsune guide you. Repositioning.
Once again, it's kind of weird when people swap when they're doing really well. Like, why would you do that in the first place? Although they're basically their entire comp was trying to kill me, so there's that in the last round.
Keep in sight. I'll have us in and out in no time.
Don't nerf Widow, she has 175 HP. When she fucking kills you from across the map, it doesn't matter that she has 175 HP. What, she's gonna stand there and wait to die? When you shoot like long range shit at her? Yeah, okay. What?
Always more to learn. On the move. Smoke 'em out of there. All systems nominal. Increasing altitude.
I believe that was a Pharaoh. I don't know why you do that, but here we are. God, still feel delayed, guys. I'm like shooting behind people right now. Oh.
Show 'em some air power.
Well, just out of curiosity, I don't know if this is actually what's causing it. We'll do this though. Do the thing.
Up and away.
Enemy combatants.
What? Good.
Need reinforcements. Can I get an ETA?
Yep. Nice game. As it feels an off, there's a lot of people in life, guys, that just aren't even worth talking to. Like, it's not worth arguing with them. It's not even worth having a discussion with them because, like, they don't even operate at like a level where you can have like a meaningful discussion with them. Like, it doesn't like, apparently to someone, I mean, the developers lowered Widow's HP by 25 HP, putting aside the fact that maybe they thought it was going to help. We're going to assume that they're smart enough to realize it's not going to help, but 25 HP on Widow, like, she could have 1 HP. Well, maybe not 1 HP, because then she could get sprayed with something from across the map, but, like, she could have 50 HP and still be just as strong as she is now. She died to basically most any fast-moving projectile, and she'd still be almost as good as she is right now. And the reason for that is because she can deliver instant death from across the map at the pull of a trigger. It's not like a railgun or something like that where there might be like a warm-up or some indication it's coming at you. She just kills you, and you're dead. And that's it. It's a hit scan, and you're just dead. So she can be all the way across the map and fire her gun with 25 HP or 50 HP, and she will still kill you and be almost just as effective as she is right now. The exception being she's going to have a lot of flankers that are going to come after her, but she also has ways of dealing with that, like her Widow Mine or just zip lining for a pop shot, which for some reason, whenever someone does a pop shot on a Widow, whenever they pop up to get a pop shot on you, it usually means they're going to have close to 100% accuracy for some strange reason. Whenever you see a Widow do a pop shot, just hide. And it's not like TikTok shit. It seems like it's actually turned into a trend where they'll be more likely to shoot me when they do a pop shot than if they're actually just sitting on the ground. Whether or not that's cheating or some sort of morale boost, I don't fucking know. But whenever you see a Widow try to do a pop shot on you, just hide, because it usually means you're going to get shot. Either with a headshot, more than likely, or a body shot. And then they'll finish you off anyways, because they can spam a shot on you and kill you. So they'll hit you with a body shot, and then hit you with partial powered shot before they go behind cover, and you usually die. It'd be different if she had to be somewhere close to battles. Oh, they get to the cheater lobby. Ah, this is a cheater lobby. This is the cheater guy. Still not banned, by the way. Pretty obviously cheats. I'll get some more footage then. This is this guy, by the way. 100% cheats. He usually pretty blatantly stares at you through walls, 2 lines of shots, so I don't know why he hasn't gotten banned yet, but he's still in here. He probably knows whatever threshold he needs to stay under for accuracy. Yeah, there's a turret here too. He hit me in my concussion. Was it in my concussion? Yeah.
Hey, where is everybody?
Good. Next game. Unfortunately, we don't have enough footage to report him here, but next game. Fun game. As I mentioned, the guy's cheating. I know he's cheating. I've been in him for maybe the last couple days. I've seen him maybe for the last half a week or so. So maybe it'll be another half a week before he gets banned. I don't know. Most of the time, I don't see people around that I report a second time. Some of them I do. There's a lot of them I never see again. And that guy, I've definitely seen him more than one occasion. He definitely is cheating. Wait and see. I think I played with him this morning. Maybe it's, yeah, maybe it's about a half week, last couple days, 4 or 5 days. There's a ton of people that I just never see in this game ever again. You just never see them. After you play with them a couple times, they're just gone. What did I do yesterday? What did I change? I haven't changed a whole lot of anything. I think the one thing that I did was I turned reduced buffering on, which seemed to have helped. In addition to MSI on and Hags off right now. I also have disable full screen optimizations on, which seemed to have helped. I wanted to limit my FPS at upper end of 600 FPS below the Overwatch limiter, but RTSS does not go that high for some reason.
But I suppose you will.
Stay close. I can't heal you if you stray.
Thanks for the assist.
Ready. I'm ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture
Girl.
objective A.
Oh my god. Okay. Pissing contest. He knows when I have my concussion up, and he'll actually try and block it. Like, he doesn't give a shit about my other missiles, but he cares about my concussion. Like, look, now he's trying to block my concussion again. We're just gonna keep it up until he drops his shield. Or he loses his shield, excuse me. Like he's doing again. So might be cheating. He knows my cooldowns. Fucking paid attention to the Pharah instead of actually killing who I need to, which is the Mercy. I think we have to kill the Mercy. Mercy! He's fucking following me! Why would she follow me in there? Oh my god.
All systems nominal.
That's some dedication. His barrier's down. Some of those felt done and weren't registering. Aim's better than it was earlier. Definitely have to turn reduce buffering on or off and off or on depending on what your setting is. No, I think it's covering the whole door, isn't it? Yeah. You might be able to get one in the side there.
Aerial positioning underway.
I don't know why he did that. I can hear the turret, I have no idea where it is.
I don't stay down.
Missed it. Deal with the fucking turret. What are you doing? Why'd you do that? Anna. Like the moment you look away, now the Anna's shooting me. Start riding your dick again. Oh my god, he jumped in the middle. This Reinhardt is something else. Why would you do that? Like, why? He's just, like, literally sitting, like, you know how Monkey in the Middle is kind of like this obnoxious game if you're a kid? Where someone gets bullied? It's like he trying to be the monkey in the middle. Like, why would you put yourself into the position where you basically can't do anything? And 3-tapped. Guess he's shooting at me and I didn't even hear it. Good. Game audio working as intended. That was the Torbjorn. Missed. You tapped it. Did you get Farad? Oh, 2-tap.
Okay, my head's
Okay.
My ultimate is ready. Aerial positioning underway. Concussive out. I knew I could come. I will not waste this opportunity. 30 seconds.
I actually heard things because I could have killed her for sure. Oh. Try to get him more with edge. That's not good. Staggered the tank. Now we can push. And that's probably best case scenario because I'm going to end up in a case where I can't actually ult without dying instantaneously. And I need to be able to kill something, so that works for me. Mercy just got grabbed. Holy shit.
The skies await.
Yeah.
Thank you. I am power. Aerial positioning underway. 30 seconds. Let's get it done. Excellent
There we go. Beautiful. Oh Jesus, we're in like overtime too. We C9. Oh, we C9. Like, went for those fucking reses, like, right in front of the Reinhardt, and the Reinhardt just fucking charged her in the middle of the res twice. And by the way, that really fucking sucks. I was, like, looking at the cart. I'm fucking Farah. I shouldn't have to sit on the cart. But, yeah, it seems an awful lot like if you are someone in the match, one of 6 people that knows you should sit on the cart in overtime, there's usually no one else that does. I guess that probably, I want to say that increases like the amount of people that will know to sit on the cart so you don't lose overtime. Changes? It changes in GM, but there's still a lot of fucking C9s that happen in GM. So, yeah. There's just, I think, like, I want to say it's like almost like an Adderall check is what it feels like, where people just, like, they don't actually process multiple events at the same time and then they forget about stuff. Another match, by the way, where if I didn't pay attention to the Farah constantly shooting missiles at me. Farah's not a counter to Farah, guys. You'll eventually get shot with one just because you're not paying attention to her, but she wastes a shitload of time trying to shoot you. And it gives them a huge ego boost when they do. Lots of stuttering. Using 100% of my processor, good. Fucking characters need to make sound in the air, guys. It needs to be a thing. More streamers need to ask for that. That needs to be a thing, guys. Like this, for instance. I'm the flying character, and I have to watch this on the payload. And no one else does. Oh my god, Excalibur! 7 months? Dear God! I'm stuck. What a nice guy. What a nice guy!
When in doubt, throw more men at it.
Uh-huh. It's good. Good, life lesson there.
We cannot allow them to proceed.
Oh my god. Thank you for the continued support, dude. I appreciate it.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Sniper, keep your head down.
69. Done and done. Thank you very much for your continued support. Good, good, good.
Positioning.
Tactical visor activated.
Do you have sleep dart? She does. Sleep dart's about to come up. Get him? Yes, he's gone. And 0.75 seconds of invulnerability, because Blizzard decided a character had to have that. The Kermappa is beautiful. A Kappa, a Kermit, and me.
Establishing aerial position.
Kappa, actually it's like 4 things. It's me, it's Kermit the Frog, it's Kappa the water animal, and then Kappa the emote. Kermappa.
Dispersing. Group up. Swish. Health restored. En route.
Are we doing deathmatch? Is that what's going on here? Yeah. Guess we're doing deathmatch, guys. And waiting for the team to die while I show up over here.
The enemy has claimed the robot.
You gonna try and headshot me?
You're over there. A clean kill.
Oh.
The barricade is making progress.
Mm-hmm.
I see an enemy.
Yeah. Good job, team.
Enemy over. Justice reigns from above.
Down the wrong side. I could have killed him if he was in the open. He was going over the top of the robot. Genji just headshot 2 people.
Establishing aerial position. Check confirmed.
He's just being a butt plug. Oh, am I gonna get healed? Am I gonna get healed, Lucio?
I need healing.
Yeah. Almost.
Come on, kids. We're almost at the finish line.
Increasing altitude.
I hit her? Not in a direct, though.
I don't stay down.
By the way, accuracy much better than that first match. But it... Why is everyone fucking going over here again? What the fuck is this shit? Why'd they do that? Stop that. The Widow wasn't even over there.
All systems nominal.
Come on, buddy. Let's go.
En route.
2 minutes remaining.
Second time the
Aerial positioning underway. Justice reigns from above.
It definitely feels sometimes like they need to make the damage box from the Genji smaller when he does a dash, so he actually needs to be more exact instead of just dash somewhere near you and he can hit you with the giant cleave.
Happy holiday.
Taking off.
On my screen, it felt like I was in the middle of my concussion when that happened, or lift off, whichever one it is. Widow this time at least.
Returning to
Don't let it
battle.
move a single step.
That's the Widow that couldn't hit jack shit earlier, by the way. We'll see if that changes.
Happy holiday.
Your team is close.
This lead is ours. Just a bit more.
Accuracy, we aren't doing bad this match, by the way.
Establishing aerial position. On the bird.
30 seconds.
Let the Kitsune got you.
Don't look down. We're almost there. Step away from them. Keep pushing.
Perfect hit. Aerial positioning underway. Enemy team outpaced. Great work, team. Robots pushing.
Hey! Diva got off the point. Also feels like they need to make the Diva Matrix smaller. For some reason, it's like the size of her mech, even though it comes out like a V shape. If you shoot anywhere near her mech, it just like gobbles it around her character. I think they did that to make it more effective or something. But it just means she needs to be a lot less accurate. Because it seems like whenever, even if I'm shooting down at the Diva, from above, when I'm shooting down at the Diva, if she has her Matrix on, it'll eat the missile. Which it shouldn't, but it does. Pretty good. And scoreboards are still fucked up. This is why work from home is ending, by the way, guys. Huh.
Now arriving at the Shambhala Ministry. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Happy Third Friday, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Happy Third Fries. I don't know, guys. Like, whenever I see like any of like the good stuff about the 7000 series X3D chips, it makes me just want to buy a 7950 X3D. But it's like $700, and it still has problems. A $700 processor should not have problems, and it does. Question is why Thick Genji isn't a Genji and instead of Mercy. Okay. Okay.
I'm with ya.
Pair teams restructuring around me. Got that in the right spot.
Good kitty.
Hello.
Acknowledged.
Hello there. Hello.
Isaiah.
Sustaining augmentation. Up and away. Greetings. I knew it. I see an enemy. I will not waste this opportunity.
Well, this is something.
Nanoboost is ready to deploy.
Increasing altitude. Excellent teamwork.
Oh, that's not what I needed. Oh. So I would have survived that, by the way. I would have survived that if Mercy did not turn on her damage boost and Anna didn't hit me with her ultimate at the same time. I essentially evaporated my face with like the eighth of a second of missiles before I turned away, because that was like the interim when the damage boost got turned on, and when the Genji started deflecting, and when I started it was like the reaction time. Okay, buddy. Good. Is that 3900K? Do I have one? I have a 5900X right now. It's not currently a 1300K. I will be getting a 1300K. I was gonna get a X3D, like a 7900 X3D, and then AMD started doing fucking weird shit with their chip layouts, and I don't think it's gonna work as well as people would hope. Yeah, we're just gonna pretend Bob does not exist. Bob does exist, and I died. Yeah, it kind of makes me like, and even if the 7950 X3D had cache in both chiplets, I would probably buy it. Or the 7900 X3D had cache in both chiplets, but it has this weird design where you don't always end up in the right scenario, and as such, you hope that the drivers and everything happening in the background, the band-aids that they put together, will make it so it works properly. Doesn't always happen. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, we still got it. Good. Thank your healers! Oh my god, we did so well! Next round probably means we're gonna get pooped on. Can't wait. Ba-la-li-li-ling. How many cheaters have we? I don't think we reported anyone for cheating tonight, guys. That we're due. We're due at this point, especially because it's getting towards the degenerate hours, the need hours. We are due. Cheaters, so it's gonna happen. But yeah, I waited 6 months. I waited fucking 6 months to order it. That's kind of what makes me more peeved, is the fact that I'm buying a processor that came out 6 months ago when I could have bought it 6 months ago. But I didn't. I specifically waited for the X3D chips just to find out they're kind of half-baked. When you pay $700 or $600 for a processor, you don't buy something that's half-baked, right? It's just I could get an Intel. It doesn't always perform as well as the AMD. It's $250 cheaper. And I'm never going to run into the same teething issues that AMD is currently running into because it's already been ironed out. Yeah, I mean, have you seen the simulated reviews? The simulated 7800X3D? Tech Power Up did that where they disable one of the CCDs, which is one of the chiplets, part of the processor. And hardware unboxed also, and it looks really promising. I think if you're a normal gamer, 7800X3D is really where you want to be. And even then, like, I kind of want to wait for that, but at the same time, like, I want more than 8 cores. I don't just want an 8-core processor. I want more so I can put stuff on other cores, too, at the same time. So almost everything can be used just for my gaming cores, or just for the game cores. And that's where a 12-core processor comes in, because I've owned a 3900X, and now I have a 5900X, where I can kind of shuffle stuff around and, you know, make more optimized, I guess a good way of looking at that, while still running stuff in the background. And that's what I was hoping to do with the 7900X3D, but the 7900X3D is just, it is a 2 6-core chiplets, and at the same time, only one of them has Vcache on it, so that means you're kind of hamstrung. If they made it like an 8 and 4, it would have made more sense, but they didn't. They didn't make it an 8 and 4. Okay. Upgrade to what? You mean 7850 X3D? The XTX, if I wasn't a streamer right now, in particular my current streaming setup, that is very accurate. Speaking of, okay. Okay, I think we got our first cheater here. Let's find out. Very accurate. If it was a 8 plus 4, it would have been much better if they did 8 plus 4, and they didn't. They had to min-max the shit out of it, and the 7900X3 just kind of sucks. 7950 is what you want if you want more than 8 cores. But even then, 8 of the chiplet or 8 of the cores don't have the cache on it. Might have multiple in this match. We'll see. But yeah, okay. So, anyways, I got off topic. If I wasn't a streamer and locked into basically NVIDIA right now, XTX is 100% where you want to be. It is faster in most cases, putting aside ray tracing. It's faster in most cases than the 4080, and it's $200 cheaper. And sometimes it's even as fast as the 4090. Not all the time, obviously, but usually faster than the 3080 or 4080, and sometimes as fast as 4090. Couple games, and that's pretty incredible. And then just straight outright faster in rare cases like Call of Duty, for instance. Bye. Pretty sure the soldier's cheating. McCree also might be cheating. Yeah. But anyways, like even 700, like I would actually buy a 7950 X3D if it had cache on both chiplets, and it doesn't. And that's what really disappoints me is they tried to milk it. They came out with the 5800 X3D and they tried to milk it for more money. And they're the premiums. That is the soldier. He's goose stepping now. Bad time to reload. Oh, so you must be either you watched my stream when I was talking about that, or you saw me maybe on a forum or something. I've tried to talk about it everywhere. How many gamers only run a video game, right? I mean, please. Everyone uses Discord nowadays, and that's the bare minimum. You know, like fucking kids that have like Twitch. I have Twitch running usually. I have Twitch running. Echo's just fucking being annoying. It's not very good. So maybe Echo in general is a very good character. Directed him. Bye. Watch the VOD. But yeah, like, people run Spotify in the background. They run their LED software, even though it's usually pretty terrible. They run a bunch of stuff in the background. And by the way, one of the reasons you don't test stuff like that is because it makes, you know, adds erroneous variables, right? Which I perfectly understand is it's going to muddle the data because, you know, Discord is not going to be in the same state it was prior. The Chrome tabs are going to change depending on what's on the web page, and you know there's more to it. But like no one even went out of their way to try and test a scenario that's going to represent what you as a gamer have. And by the way, there's some people like earlier tonight. I don't know how old this VOD was you watched, but earlier tonight I was responding to some of the posts on the forum and criticism. Like I'm not an Intel fanboy. I've owned AMD. I love underdogs, but like I'm going to call people on their bullshit, and that's the way basically all reviewers should be, right? I don't review, but. Like, you find the cracks in the ecosystem, and then you're like, hey, what's wrong with this? Why isn't it working right? And the way AMD works with their 7900 plus, it seems like there's a lot of ways that they could fall apart when, you know, like core parking, for instance, stops working properly, because there's more than one thing running on the computer. And then there's, like, people just, like, going, nuh-uh, if that ever happens, you aren't going to run the same way, right? You're not going to do the same way. That is a McCree. So he's cheating too. So what I think is happening here, guys, is what they'll do is if you get multiple cheaters, they're queued together with each other, and then they'll trade off. And there's only so much, as far as stat-based banding goes, you can only toggle on for so long if you're close to 100% accurate, which that soldier was. Where then you have to tank your accuracy. So my guess is he topped out his accuracy on McCree, or excuse me, on Soldier, and then swapped out a Soldier for Echo. Swapped out a Soldier, this guy's 100% cheating too. Swapped out a Soldier for Echo, and then... basically let his friend take over cheating duties for him, so he can fuck around on Echo while this is happening. Yeah, AMD had a really bad phase with Bulldozer and Pile Driver. I mean, there still are. As far as market share goes, they're still an underdog. And they try and do unique things. Like, we wouldn't have the amount of cores we have right now. We wouldn't have the amount of cores we have right now if AMD didn't release the Ryzen series, the 1000 series, right? We wouldn't have nearly the same amount of cores we do right now. And by the way, this Echo is just standing out in the open and not dying, which is kind of weird. But it's usually the way that it goes. You need to kill the soldier? Yeah, because he's cheating. I don't know if the Echo's cheating right now. She was earlier in the first round, which we're going to report her for. Fucking sitting there waiting for me. I'm going to try for it. Nope. Pre-aim, which is he looked at me through the wall before I came around the corner. So this is a cheat lobby. This is just like a straight up cheat lobby. And probably, based on the fact that these guys have a heal bot, it's probably a pre-made too. So the Mercy, the Soldier, and the McCree are all together. That guy's definitely cheating.
All systems nominal. On the move. Heading to the air.
Twitch negative 20 FPS. I just saw that. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. We're gonna use this right away because we need to. There we go. She's gonna get res now too. It wasn't even the guys on the point that killed me. So at least 3 people are grouped together. The Mercy's definitely with them. They're probably showing off to their friend at how good they are while jacking off behind their screens right now. That's pretty much Overwatch or cheating in a nutshell. Actually, not Overwatch. He knew I was coming over here. That's why he's running over here. Hey, buddy. We're gonna camp this guy. There we go. Wow. Sucks when your aimbot doesn't insta-kill me, doesn't it?
Okay, my head's in the game. Repositioning.
Good. Good. We had a Symmetra at one point? I didn't even notice that.
Score 1-1.
Yeah. I understand. It's the same reason that tech tubers don't test multiplayer environments, but it's actually, like, it's getting to the point where multiplayer experiences, as far as performance, is so different from single player that you almost can't directly compare the results between the two. And I do think there's a lot of room. There's a lot of room for improvements in the tech tubing sphere, or reviewing sphere, and no one does it. A lot of people aren't really good with the methodology either, but that's just basically like science in general. Because if you're tech tubing or reviewing a hardware product, you're basically a scientist. So you have to look at it that way. And if you could be a scientist, you would probably actually be a scientist and not a tech reviewer, right? As an incredibly accurate soldier. There's a soldier. Yeah, so that guy toggled off. He was 100% cheating in round 1. It doesn't really look like he's cheating anymore. This looks like a normal player. I don't know. We've had a Genji for a while. This is in round 1, too. I don't know if he's always been Genji, though. So this soldier is almost 100% accurate on me. He just literally just ran out into the open to try and fucking kill me. Farah? No. They both tried to fucking DP me at the same time and both died. Nice glitch, Genji fun. He fucking got slept. You can fuck off, dude. You literally got slept. Genji's also not awesome at hitting Echo. I mean... This guy's 100% cheating. Like, you can see how far his aim just, like, detaches after I go behind a wall. He's 100% cheating. Okay. But, I mean, I have Genjis on my dick all the time as Pharah, at least the MMR I'm at, so... Okay. This guy was cheating. Other guy's name. I don't even think it detached. Okay, and then... He was playing, what did he play? He played McCree at first, which was weird, but it wasn't super weird. He definitely was cheating hardcore on Soldier. Remember, I think he played something in between. Like Hanzo or something? It's in round 1. As mentioned, we didn't have any cheaters for a while, and then we got that game, so... And Mercy wasn't really cheating, but she was definitely gripped with them, because she's just heal-botting the shit out of them. From the beginning of the match, even prior to them being on Echo. Heal-botting... They're basically, she was heal-botting whoever's cheating, mainly the Echo, though. After the other guy went Echo, so... Not really a Soldier. But yeah, I've had plenty of Genjis that will ride my dick all over the place, and yeah. Despite the fact that they may not be a hit scan, good Genjis, or cheating Genjis too, can be extremely good at harassing the shit out of you. But yeah, anyways, I would definitely buy an XTX. I've mentioned this multiple times, because as far as like NVIDIA graphics cards goes, there's like no way to win right now. They're all insanely expensive, and if you buy a 4080, you're basically getting a cut down version of 4090. It's like a linear price exchange between the two. And 4070 Ti will kind of get you a better value, but not by much. XTX is really where you want to be if you're looking at the high end. And if you're at like $500, you should just buy a used 3080 off eBay, to be perfectly honest. I think the 4070 Ti is like the same performance as a 3080 or 3090. Only it's like $100 more expensive. I guess if you don't want to buy something used, but there's no problem with stuff being used, especially because a lot of it still has warranties. But at the same time, you have a 30-day warranty on eBay if things are fucked up, so.
Have I seen you before?
It's possible. I passed through Junkertown once or twice.
You're the one who
Good. But yeah, it's actually kind of, it's neat that I'm actually getting a couple views on my videos, even though they aren't really anything special. Just the fact that even one person may have watched a YouTube video and came to my channel is a good thing. So, and it's also for posterity, because it's a good way of archiving shit. So in 10 years from now, I can say I was actually streaming in 2012 instead of taking my word for it. Although I do have videos from back then, so I do have some YouTube videos from back then.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Although they're private. Genji? There it is. Good. Yeah, I'm turning into a big tuber, guys. Oh my god, I'm gonna have my platinum button pretty soon. Which I think is like, what, 1 million subscribers? Hey, sup, bro? How's your evening going? What I really fucking want, guys, is a new monitor. That is going to be... That is going to be when the 500 hertz monitors come out. The OLED was a deal breaker because there's a reflex analyzer. It doesn't have a reflex analyzer. I'm not paying $1,000 for a monitor without a reflex. I really want a reflex analyzer. Like, just to satisfy my morbid curiosity of when stuff is broken and when it's working properly, I want a reflex analyzer. Did. She's gonna try and res that. Hey, buddy. No one's on the cart, guys. 520 hertz.
I don't stay down.
So it's kind of weird that you can literally guardian angel to something that's dead. But this is the world we live in, guys. I don't want my dick. That probably means they're grouped together. Too bad you can't see when they're grouped together. Anna is 100% accurate. Makes things even more annoying. This is him, though. Hits me, and I'm dead.
I'm on the payload. Always more to learn. Get over here. Aerial positioning underway. Require assistance at my location. I need healing. Nice one. Enemy here. Messy, but we got it done. On the move. Rain from above.
And now they're staggered. It's exactly what you want. Good use of a ultimate there. Exactly what you want to do. He's out alone, even with the mercy, he's dead. He used up his suck. His suck was gone.
No one can hide from my sight. The payload is on its way. Positioning. Let the Kitsune guide you.
Sure, we'll see the cheating hit scan here pretty soon when they get bored of losing. Guys seem like the sort. But Anna is still incredibly accurate. And she threw it right on my face.
I knew I could counter.
I killed that Mercy, but the Anna's going to shoot me the moment I go out. I suspect we're going to get deflected here in a second. Oh, that's going to kill me. I should have just stayed up top. I went down to get into the Zen ult, and it would have been better for me to maintain my position, because then I wouldn't have been grouped with everyone else. Yeah. Someone else realizes it's a pre-made. Hey, look, he cast it on me. Good. Actually, it's our whole team.
Always more to learn.
Is Anna the one that's killing everyone? Or doing all the work? She is. If I ignore the Genji, then he hops all over my dick. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure the Anna's cheating. I don't know if it's on me or if it's on everyone else, but every single shot she's fired at me has hit me. Good. No misses. Died next to the healers.
Returning to battle.
It ults then. Be great. And then he just fucking got staggered. Good. No, only reason she missed is because I dipped behind the platform. Very certain the Anna's cheating. Anna's 100% cheating. I dropped down there to line of sight the Anna. It almost kind of feels like I need to go back behind the side and just shoot at the Anna. Go around the side and try to kill the Anna. Which their whole team's gonna route to me. But
30 seconds remaining.
yeah, it's 100% a pre-made. See how everyone immediately reacted to me to booping the Anna? Like maybe soft magnet and snap. Soft magnet and snap. Touch. I did touch. It's not in time. Alright, so Anna's 100% cheating. I don't think the DPS were cheating, but the Anna's definitely cheating. And based on the number of limbs they have, more than likely was everyone not focused. Was it the entire match? They started doing that at the first point when they're on top of the wall. So focused aimbot, if you guys don't know how the game works, there is stat-based banding in the game. However, if you just fuck with one person, you can tank your accuracy on other people. So you miss on, if you have normal accuracy on other people and you're just 100% accurate on one person in the match, which will lower your overall accuracy. It's what I don't have a better term before it besides focused cheating or targeted cheating. And nothing to do with me being a Twitch streamer, by the way. Maybe it does, but more than likely not. So if they just have someone that's fucking up the match because they're really good, they just cheat against that one person. And as such, it'll lower their overall accuracy, but they'll still be 100% accurate and essentially eliminate the threat. It's like, imagine that using strategy as a cheater, right? Yeah, cheaters being smart. Weird, huh? So they'll just basically focus one person with their cheats and then just play the game normally. And because of the way matchmaking works, there's going to be people of various skills in a game. And if you eliminate the highly skilled individual, it drastically drops the chances of the team winning, right? Regardless of what's going on in the match. That's a Widow and dead.
Yo, but sometimes it's 6 shots, 1 kill.
I don't stay down.
X. See how accurate our Widow is? She missed. She missed again. Oh my god, she missed again. Push. Anna see me though. Hey guys. What's going on over here? Anna killed me. Two popular characters that cheaters love playing on. She missed though. Are Anna for support, or Anna and Baptiste. Especially Baptiste because he has energy field. I think we have to go after the Anna. Otherwise I'm gonna have to chase the chain. Oh, we just about died to the McCree. That was my wallpaper. McCree just came around from me. Yeah. Oh, hey, buddy. My fucking gents were down. That's a huge waste, by the way. I thought there was more enemies behind me. There weren't. They were all dead. I just got biotic grenade, shot, and then hit by the McCree at exactly the same moment. Is that bait? Weird. Anyways, I call it focus cheating. I don't know if they're... I haven't heard of anyone else use a term for it. So... And these guys are on voice comms together. Good.
Okay, my head's in the game. En route. Hey.
Hanzo doing haikus. Get her? Oh. And we got Cap now because of that. The McCree's still alive back there. And headshot. Oh. Okay.
Shake it off.
And 2 tap.
No one can
Okay. Oh my god, McCree hits all of his shots now. Ah, that's weird. Bye. Excuse me. That wasn't just a McCree. That was an alt. He was alted. I was just hoping to get a normal McCree there. Yeah, he decided to Q at that exact moment. I really want a new monitor, guys. More than anything in the world, I want a new monitor. I do. I was so hoping like the OLED would be where it's at. I mean, we could. No. That is the McCree, by the way. Just flicking. Of course it's just flicking. You know what's kind of the weird thing about using cheats is it looks exactly like flicking to players. Especially the bad ones. Like the ones that don't... it's harder to program aim that doesn't like... just like snap to a target than it is programming aim that will like kind of like mosey to the target like aim assist. That's harder to program than it is to actually program flicking. Someone has a fast-firing weapon. Manny Diva. Manny Diva. And there's a Reaper that came out of nowhere. Where was he? What? I didn't know you could do that. You just like floated over the hole in his shift form.
Aerial positioning underway.
Kind of weird, by the way, when the McCree started popping off is when he could have just rage swapped. Some people, like, they just get, like, stressed out and they swap characters because they think that fixes everything. Like, he's actually doing really well on McCree prior to me booping him off the edge, and then he just stress swapped. I don't know if there's a name for it, there should be. You gonna get the res off? She did, because no one's paying attention. Everybody's off doing something dumb. No one pays attention to Mercies. Big streamers don't talk about how OP resing someone is, especially tanks. They need to. there a Hanzo behind me? Oh, God. I don't know where the Hanzo was. That was a win, by the way. That was 100% a win. Yeah, normally games do not have problems with Reapers, by the way. I was trying to juggle multiple people there, and couldn't just babysit the Reaper. Okay. Alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more OW2. We'll be continuing on since the launch of the 7950 X3D is kind of tapered off. Some people are putting up 7900 X3D benchmarks. Gamers Nexus already did, but they didn't really change much of anything. So, yeah, we'll definitely look at the 7800 X3D when it comes out. But that's a month away, so yeah. We'll just do the normal dues now, and I'm going to be buying a 13900K. Better choice would have been a 13700K, by the way, if you were being smart, but I'm just being dumb. So, yeah, I think if I was to suggest which one to buy, 1300 or 3700, I 100% recommend a 13700. But I just like the idea of having 16 E-cores because I like big penises or something. Or I have a big penis. I don't know. But yeah. Honestly, if you're in the market for a new processor and you're deciding between high-end AMD or Intel, 13700 would definitely be a better value than the 13900. Considering the 13700 basically does everything the 13900 does, just with a couple less E-cores, and which don't really matter because they aren't loaded up anyways. But yeah, tomorrow, guys, will be more Overwatch 2. If you are new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the tech talk, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed the cheaters, make sure to hit the follow button in the top right-hand corner. I usually stream every night from evening to late night, GMT-6. So 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. It depends on what's going on in life, what's happening, etc., etc. If I had to say 10K laying around, would you buy stocks or crypto? I'd buy crypto, but I'd also make sure to figure out when to buy, when's a good time to buy. And I wouldn't invest in essentially penny cryptos, which are all the shitbird coins. So, like Bitcoin and Ethereum are usually pretty stable, and they're usually relatively predictable compared to other coins. But at the same time, there's no real Bitcoin or crypto that is tied to actual meaningful, like, it is much easier. Stocks, actual stocks. One of the reasons I don't like stocks is because you have to be, like, there is a lot of vetting and red tape to trade stocks, unfortunately, compared to crypto. But with stocks, for instance, I'm pretty knowledgeable when companies are going to do good, and that translates to money. With crypto, you can have a coin that does really well. They release good tech, and then the coin just tanks because it's all based on trends and memes, basically. A lot of people create the patterns you see in crypto in the first place, rather than it being based on how good a company is doing, or how good their quarter is. It's instead based on market fluctuations and trends. Unfortunately, in the case of Bitcoin, however, you can make a lot more money than you can with stocks. So, I do like my new keyboard. I don't know if I ever covered this, but the only thing that's kind of shitty about this keyboard is the wrist protector feels like it's too high, and then the lighting is very dim comparatively to my older course keyboards. I have a Huntsman V2 now, so 8,000 hertz keyboard. And it was a noticeable change compared to my K90 I had prior to it. But already, guys. Yeah. Make sure to hit the follow button. Otherwise, I usually stream every day from late night to early morning. GMT-6, 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc. etc. Yeah, tomorrow, guys, will be more of the OW2s. I have a new computer coming in at some point here. I don't know when it will happen, but it will happen in the future. So, yeah, you guys have that to look forward to. But, yeah, otherwise, guys, I am out of here for this evening. Yeah, have a good day, voice.